Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are having 1.3 for EU5 drop sometime this week. That is our understanding. And I figured we had been kind of doing one Dominion stream a week. I'm back from my vacation. And I thought that it would make more sense to do it earlier for leaving Wednesday open in case the EU5 1.3 gets pushed. So, we are going to be taking a look at LANKA. We're going to be taking a look at LANKA because, and I warn you to hide your children, hide them in the basement, hide them, chain them to the radiator, whatever you need to do, because we're also going to be taking a look at some spreadsheets. So I assume the children are hidden, and we've been working on this. Kind of want to get some ratings in here. Specifically, want to rate the nations from our multiplayer game a little bit. Want to test them out, design pretenders for them, kind of take a look, trying to take it in and see what we think of these. By the way, we are using Sonic brand drink mix, limeade flavored, for our drink mix of the day. But I think we already finished the energy drink. For this, we're going to be taking a look at LANKA today and trying to come up with a rating. Haven't played that much LANKA at all, but I do think LANKA looks like a nation that I think is pretty nice. And just eyeballing it, which we have done because we are anticipating having to fight LANKA, we took quite a bit of a look at them. I do think they look pretty nice. They seem to have good scaling. They have Recruit Anywhere Sacreds, which is, I think, just generally a very strong thing to have, and they have some good magical paths. They don't have Earth, which is a little bit less. I really like Earth as a path, and not having Earth to me is kind of a big deal, but they do have Blood, and they kind of go into Blood pretty well here. They have decent kind of chaffy mage for research. That is also going to be Blood, and so they can build a decent Blood economy. They have reanimation. I'm not as kind of well-versed on some of the magical paths they have, in terms of knowing what Death and Glamour bring to the table at in a kind of nuanced way, because Pyrene, which have a quite a bit of experience on, a little bit less kind of relevant there, but we do have some interesting randoms we can roll with these guys, the cap-only mages, and these guys who I think are also cap-only, and then Recruit Anywhere. These guys, I guess it's mainly Blood guys and some Nature guys, so with the Yogini, and kind of that type of thing. How's your trip, Shiny Boy? It was good. Visited friends, had a good time. Pretty laid back, overall. We also have the Dom Inspector open for taking a look at their units. I think it might be easier just to look at their spells, and look at their national-only spells in order to kind of figure out what their summons are in addition to their actual units. So we're going to take a look through their units. We've looked through their units before in the past. And also they're very similar to Kailasa, which we actually have a decent amount of experience with. Who up in the LANKA? Ooh, girl, why you up in my Kool-Aid when you don't even know what flavor it is? But, yeah. My friend and I actually, I've played an enormous amount of, we, like, kind of did a Final Fantasy VIII run together. I played an enormous amount of Final Fantasy VIII. And that's actually a game that I'm relatively, like, well-versed in. I probably could do content with it, but okay. Let's take a look at our commanders. So first of all, we do have Marcata Scouts. Kind of rate this unit relatively highly. The problem is I do believe that these are fort requirement. We do have all the, we have the survivals plus the animal, we have stealthy 60. This is kind of normal, but the thing to write home about is 25 gold. And so if ever you're starting to get gold squeezed and you want to pull back on mage recruitment, these guys are absolutely fantastic from a perspective of gold efficiency. We have the Atavi Chieftain, who can kind of move around units, isn't like an especially good rate, but is stealthy. So you can do stealthy squads. I have found The morale is kind of a bit of an issue, and the innate stealthy units of Kailasa, which are shared by Lanka here, are a bit of an issue. I smell Rap God time. It's a little early, but sure, we'll do it. Similarly to when I'm a human, what I gotta do to get through to you, I'm superhuman, innovative, and I'm made rubber so that anything you say is ricocheting off me and it'll glue to you, and I'm devastating. I'm devastating. Oh my god, I forgot the line. Devastating. I think I have to go from the top. Like, I can't remember the line from where it is, what comes after devastating. Similarly to when I'm human, what I gotta do to get it through to you, I'm superhuman, innovative, and I'm made of rubber so that anything you say is ricocheting off me and it'll glue to you, and I'm devastating more than ever, demonstrating how good a motherfucking audience is feeling like levitating and I'm fading, and I know the haters are forever waiting for the day that the kids say I'll they'll be celebrating because I know the way to get them motivated, and my elevating music, you make elevator music. Here we go. Have you ever taken a look at the game Terra Invicta? This is Terra Invicta and Disco Elysium. I think as we do more variety, and maybe I try and do more variety, those are really high up on the list because those are the two most recommended games. I've taken a look at Terra Invicta. A lot of Terra Invicta, to the extent that I can, like, usefully create knowledge that, or ways of looking at games that contributes to the overall, like, knowledge infrastructure of the game. I think I'm just way late on Terra Invicta, which is one of the reasons I didn't want to get into Terra Invicta. And I've seen spreadsheets for Terra Invicta. But at the same time, I guess I'm kind of trying to take a crack at Dominions here. The blood spell, the buff Stevens, is very nice, fun with the sacreds. That's true. Monkey time? Monkey time. Forgot your verse? Yeah. I, like, it's so wild that I can't remember it unless I do it from the start to the finish. I, like, tried to remember that. Okay, so we have this guy, too. This guy's actually got a decent amount of protection, attack, defense skill. I'm looking at his, like, 29 battle axe and thinking, like, you could almost thug with this guy. He's too expensive, though. It's kind of a neat idea, maybe. He's got a ton of leadership, though, so I guess he's probably going to be go-to leader. 150 is a lot, unless there's something else better elsewhere. We do see this guy reanimate a priest. It's going to be a little bit interesting there. Haven't played with that mechanic very much, but the main thing we're looking at is this guy's sacred, 44 gold a year, 7 research. This is fantastic. We're with it. We're happy with this. We can scale with this, and this is like kind of a little bit of a thing. You pay more up front for sacreds. You pay like 30 or 40% more, but then they're like half maintenance cost. So, as far as, in some sort of sense, when you recruit a researcher, or a mage you think is primarily going to be researching for the rest of their lives, you're investing in additional income when you recruit sacred. When you recruit sacreds. And we could maybe even do like a little spreadsheet math on this, but the idea is you pay more upfront and then you get more research later. We have this guy. Level 2 priest is kind of nice here. Guaranteed an additional path or an extra point in blood. So we do have some cross-pathing. Nothing too crazy. His maintenance looks quite a bit more. Probably not going to lean on this guy very much. Probably just going to... Yeah, if we recruit another guy, the Yogini is going to give more upfront research immediately, but the price he pays on maintenance per research is a lot higher. So I'm thinking our kind of any fort guys are going to be mainly these Raktapta, which is kind of weak. A little bit. They can serve in communions, but... And I guess maybe using these guys as leading the Sabbaths, or Sabbaths rather. Maybe there's something there. But then we have our 2 cap mages. Got a lot of flexibility in this one, and the fact that we have blood plus the flexibility means we actually are just going to get the ability to cast a lot of these at really high level. And then when we roll Glamour or Nature 2, we could maybe use the searching spell for those. Can search with this guy. I do like when we have like 4+ paths on a guy, because it's nice for research. I don't know what the shape changer is going to be. Stealthy, he's got a lot of taglines. Chaos Power, Reanimator Priest. decent rate for just researching, too. I don't think we put a lot of value on some of these cross paths, although we will get to break into ferries later with a few boosters. A few boosters and some good rolls in terms of additional paths. And then we have this guy, which gets us into air. These guys can cloud trapeze. We could even roll air 3, so we can get some in Draconians. And so we have some good stuff going on there. And these guys, probably even a decent thug with decent HP pools. And kind of having some level of equipment. They don't have helmets, just give them a helmet. I wonder if that removes their gore attack. That would be kind of curious to know. But the unit looks relatively... I don't know if we could thug with this guy. He has no gear, basically, but... Nature and death are kind of good paths, but I don't know if he has high enough pathing. I think he went, like, death 3. You're gonna thug. I guess some of these guys can roll death 3. And we could maybe cook something up. Chaos Power is going to give us additional stuff. I think it gives us like attack and defense skill. And okay. We have a suite of mages. Just looking at them, I'd say our cat mages actually look pretty solid. And I do like the diversity on the cat mages. We have Death, Nature, Glamour, Air, Blood. And so that's pretty good. And our Recruit Any Mirror mages are kind of medium, maybe. Any genres you want to give a crack at that you don't generally stream, or just games in general? I mean, RPGs are fun. Maybe they're a little bit more story-timey. Don't play them on stream. Maybe could a little bit. Did with Vampire the Masquerade somewhat. Hey, Field Medic, how's it going? I hope you had a nice trip. I did. It was very nice seeing friends and not like worrying about stuff and this type of thing. Or I try not to. We have Marcadas. Now, it's kind of an interesting unit because it's size 2. A lot of the other stuff we have is size 4. We'll circle back to that. But you can have 2 size 4 units and a size 2 unit in a square. So when you have that, you have this intriguing situation where like the size 2 guys are like almost pseudo-usable. And 4 gold for a guy who's got sticks and stones, this is, okay, it does 2 damage. It's useless against any troop with a helmet. But against troops without a helmet, these guys are... They got something going on. The real issue is they just route so ungodly easy. Obligatory, every streamer must have their own Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 at all, so I guess if I were to play it, I'd play it on stream. I just feel like no one would watch. But maybe I'm just not giving myself credit on that front. We also do have a version with bow that's doing a little bit less, more damage. I guess the short bow is actually probably just better than the sticks and stones, eh? But I have played these guys with Kailasa, and it kind of feels like they just are almost like actively bad, like to have. And their main use is just filling gaps with their size 2. We have these guys. These guys do get stealthy. And we've tried to create raiding squads with these guys and really not been very successful. To be fair, we've tried to use more of these guys with the sticks and stones, and maybe the extra 4 damage on the short bow is a reason to try it with the Atavi Archer. I think we've tried it with the Atavi Archer. The thing is like your morale check is like, you're rolling against, like, I forget if it's like a 12 or what have you, but departing from higher morale really has... It gets to the point very, very quickly where your guys are going to rout, and that's... Every time we've tried to experiment with these guys, that's like what we've had. Vampire the Masquerade is goated though. I've run the TT RPG a few times now. I do like the world setting, yeah. Thanks for the responses. I'm especially interested in Terra Victa spreadsheets. They're dangerously NSFW for spreadsheet enthusiasts, but most importantly, I think the game would be a lot of fun and the audience might be a bit late. Yeah, might be, yeah. If there was a Terra Invicta too, That'd be something I'd be intrigued in. We have this light Bandar Archer, which is actually one of the higher damage archers in the game, with a very solid range. Or in this age, at least. Crossbows and stuff come later. These guys are size 4. So only going to get 2 of these guys to a square, but... Okay. And then we have the Bandar Warrior. And these guys, I actually kind of would like these guys. Would it not be for something that kind of just plagues this race and Kailasa in general? And that's they don't have any freaking helmets. So they're really bad against archery stuff. And this is kind of annoying in Expo. Later on, I think when you're doing PvP, they tend not to have as many abyssal units, but they can. It's not against the rules. And that brings us to our sacreds here. We have 4 sacreds. 3 of them are recruit cap only. A recruit anywhere is actually my favorite of these sacreds. Now these guys don't get chaos power. They are size 4. So they get relatively poor attack density. Probably take larger on the bless, and then they get up to, 29 HP with 21 strength, and their base damage is 29, so they can cut through, like, anything from a damage perspective. But the low attack density, a little bit annoying. They do get helmets, which is kind of why I like these generic ones more. And I think they're okay. I don't think they're very cost-effective because you're not getting a lot of attacks per gold investment. However, you are getting a unit that fills a role really, really well, and that's they can cut through protection. So anything that's trying to resist you via protection is going to have some trouble. Anything that is just having a ton of HP and doing a lot of damage and having a lot of attacks, this unit I think is going to look underwhelming against. And we saw that in our multiplayer game where Yomi had Shikomi, which rhymes, which means it's better, but also they had units with 2 attacks with a big bless that did a bunch of damage, and they just absolutely tore through the Lanka player. But okay, kind of moving forward, we have the Asara unit, which I'm actually very intrigued by. So as far as I know, Chaos Power increased a bunch of stats. I don't know what all it's going to increase, but I think it's strength, attack, defense, and maybe morale and magic resistance, not entirely sure. But this unit has javelins, and high strength javelin units I'm kind of just generally a fan of. Because javelins, when they hit really hard, like, a javelin that does 11 damage is nowhere near as good as a javelin that does 20-something damage. These do damage that scales with strength, and their range scales with strength. So, I'm intrigued by this unit. Unfortunately, they have basically 0 protection. So I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to use them, or if you just look at them as archers that only get 2 chucks, they only get to throw the spear twice, something like this. Light Bandar Archer, the Siege Strength Champion. Oh, do they have a bunch of... Oh, holy shit. Do range units just have more? That is impressive. What's this guy's Siege Strength? This guy has a ton of Siege Strength, too. Wowza. Lanka is a classic Hellblessed nation. That's how the person in the game took him. They took like 30 points worth of bless. I'm not sure I like it that much, but I do recognize that we have chaos power, and so we almost certainly want to go turmoil. Hello, ZS. How's it going? And so we might have to build them like that. Then we have these guys. I feel like I would never build these guys, just because of other options. They are only 35 gold, though, so maybe I'm selling them short. So they're around 2/3 the price of the other cap-only Sacred, which is these guys, and I think I would rather build these guys, who are bigger and have better stats. The thing I hate about these guys is they don't have helmets. They don't have helmets. And they're like, when I'm looking at the sacreds, I'm trying to think of them from the perspective of saturating a square. So to saturate a square, these guys are 110 gold. And you get quite a bit of hit points for that. You have good strength, good attack, or decent attack and defense, but your protection's not very good. Your big thing is that you, like, do a lot of damage. If this is giving us... See, the thing is, I guess the fact that they're demons, and we can buff them because they're demons is going to be a substantive factor. There's also a ton of stuff that, like, cucks demons. And so, when looking at it, I'm just kind of generally, I think, more interested in this guy who's, you know, 9% cheaper, has, like, 1 less of strength, attack, defense. Sure. But they get a helmet. But maybe they're kind of like 2 things cheaper. I have mixed feelings on these guys. I don't think that these sacreds are really the best rate, but you are getting recruit anywhere sacred. So yeah, if you take a really hellish bless, then these really heavy bless is going to make this a lot better. So we kind of have a look through on the units here. Wiki sees X power gives strength, attack, defense, and combat speed. Combat speed's interesting. They already have a decent amount of combat speed, to be fair. My brain kind of filters that out, but these guys actually have way more combat speed, so they'll be way faster. So maybe we think of these guys as pseudo-cavalry. Kind of cute. With their size, their defense skill becomes a lot less useful, though. Is one issue, because you're going to get harassment penalty down. In longer battles, I guess you don't have a lot of encumbrance. Okay. Let's try and take a look at their spells of the nation. And then try and design something. Also, always remember your protective headwear when entering dangerous work zones. I mean, seriously though. For realsies, good dealsies. Okay. So we have some heavy late game blood stuff. But okay, we have these Ghana. We did see these deployed. These ethereal size 3 units. A little bit interesting. The Ghana combined with resist poison's also maybe worth noting. If we go with something regeneration oriented, we could think about our ability to cast foul vapors ourselves, but we don't have any water mages, so that presents some difficulties. But okay, from what I understand, this is kind of a decent rate on the gems for an ethereal unit. These guys aren't like completely useless at dealing damage. They have no protection, 10 hit points, but ethereal, so. Herd of elephants. I think in general we don't like elephants because they can kind of turn around and trample our own stuff. Also kind of expensive. Ambush of tigers. I don't think these are sacred tigers. It's a thing you can do. I've kind of found that the animals tend to be decent-ish, but attrition really hard. And I think when you're spending gold on a unit, having something that's decent, trades decently, but attritions is like not, it's better when you're spending gold on a unit. Now these guys are pretty big tramplers with high damage. I kind of like the herd of buffaloes a little bit better than ambush of tigers, especially as a role player. Notably, size 6 units, we have a bunch of big size 4 things. These things can split squares unless we go larger. Then they can't. And I think we're going to go larger on our blast. We have possessed corporates with a wounded shape. They are poor amphibians, so we have a little bit better of a path there. But you don't actually really want bludgeoning weapons underwater, or you get a significant penalty. Okay. I started playing this series again. I really want scaled up Bandar to work, but I gave up for MA. Man, well, I don't know if you can take scales. I think you have to... If you're taking scales, you're taking something that is helping you to get to your blood stuff faster. I think is kind of the way to look at it. Here we have a summonable 2-attack unit, and so this is intriguing to me. And it also only requires blood 1, so our research monkeys can summon these things. And this is really cheap, and we could maybe think about building our bless more around this. The fact that they get 2 attacks, now we're looking at getting some nicer attack density. They do have negative fire resistance, so maybe we write this down. That maybe we want fire res in our bless. So that we are not soft to AoE. The LANKA player in my game took a whole bunch of defense, and I think, after having thought about it for a while, I think I don't like that. They don't have very high defense to begin with. Defense is better the more that you have. And, as a size 4 to 5 unit, you're gonna get harassed down more easily. Because more of a higher... When a 3-unit square is attacking a 2-unit square, you're going to take 1.5 attacks per round, which means you're going to get half an attack of harassment accumulation a round, on average. But these guys, 19 damage base. If we get larger, it's up to 22. This is a lot of damage. And then we have 4 attacks per square, right? And that'll go pretty well too. Their protection is ass. And so, something we probably need to think of in general is alteration 5 or 6, the global bark skin thing. More growth equals pop equals more blood slaves. Yes. I was thinking that either, and also the fact that we have blood nature crosspath means we can do blood fecundity. So I was thinking the place probably going to start with the bless is with a growth 2. Or sorry, with the thing. You have chaos power, so luck, go luck gem farming? Yes. Also thinking about this as well. That we are going to go max turmoil, max luck, and at least growth 2. And then we'll see where we want with the other stuff. Feast of Flesh summons a bunch of these guys. Don't like these guys anywhere near as much. Much more mage turn efficient, I suppose. Summons 6 times as many units, but the unit seems much worse. It does have more life, but really just kind of seeing the 2 attacks. I guess the mace is doing a ton of damage, but the guys that we can recruit are really good at that role already. Okay, I mean, it's another thing we could do. This only requires blood 1. So it's just a matter of getting the blood economy going. Which we've been practicing a little bit with Mictlin off stream. I wanted Ape Stronger Together hordes of Endless Fury dudes. We can work on that. These guys have also just trying to keep an eye on morale. Okay, we have this. Summon these. I almost said boyos, but these are girlos. And ooh, baby. Does require blood too. It's not too big an issue once you kind of get going. Why didn't the guy in the game use these? I guess they're sacred. The problem, he was getting killed by Shikome with unholy weapons. Actually seems like a very nice unit though. I mean, if we have 8 slaves, we would rather summon these, I suppose. Sacred demon female, alright. But we have another one. Another one. We have these, which are summoning, okay, these guys don't have helmets. They have more prot. Helmetless Prot. I think if you get to Blood 4, you're no longer in the Expo time. Pretty clearly. Pretty handedly. And if they just don't have archers, this seems like a kind of an okay unit. Especially if... I forget the size difference you need to reduce the number of head impacts. The thing is if these things get popped on the head, they die. You gotta hate having no helmet. Interesting unit, though. This is summoning 5 units, so it's gonna be kind of like mage turn efficient, a little bit better than these Asrapas. And the Rux, these guys... I think the clear advantage is that, okay, they have 2 attacks, but they can be summoned by our Blood 1 guys. But you would eventually get the Bloodthorn, and so getting all your Blood 1 guys to Blood 2 is not really an issue. Okay. These guys get a helmet. And okay, they're stealthy. Intriguing. We did see the person in our game take the Earth Bless that gives you a ton of, that gives you a combination of fire resistance and lightning resistance. These guys have really negative fire resistance, so maybe that's an idea. Moonblade, I think, is a magic weapon, so this is a tool against Ethereal as well. Do think we kind of like this unit. They are on the expensive side, but, raiding squads, this actually seems like a really nice unit with the stealthy. Okay. Now these require wind and Blood 4. This summons a commander. We're into this. 81's kind of expensive. Could perhaps thug this out. Probably not interested in that. Oh, they are flying. Oh, baby. So, maybe a strong tool for raiding. This is kind of reminiscent of Sorgina. Damage reversal, also interesting. And doesn't have the same issues with regards to resistances. So, here's the first commander we can summon. I'm guessing this is going to be another commander here. Yes, this is another summonable commander. Doesn't have high leadership. Not entirely sure what the point is here. Obviously he is stealthy, but... really low leadership. Oh, he's an assassin. Just kidding. This makes sense. Okay. He's an assassin with 2 blades. He's an assassin that probably doesn't need a Pokeball item to do some work. How many blood? Only 35 blood slaves as well. Okay. Holy Jesus. This is a unit I haven't seen before. Why did I get you into this autistic game? Godspeed, my friend. Better off with Kailasa, I think. For endless hordes of monkeys? Maybe. I think you're better off not playing an early age. Is maybe... I think you want the monkeys to have helmets. Lanka runs the issue that if you go too obviously into summons / sacreds, you're too easy to counter. Gotta find cross paths to make the build durable. That's something, that was my impression as well. With the, I forget the exact bless that the person in our game took, but I think he took 5 defense. And I think he took over 30 points of bless. So he went really hellish. And he just got hard countered by one person with unholy weapons. And unholy weapons seems like it's just monstrously good against the way that most of the lobby played, which was going Hellbless. I think, in general, I don't like kind of a Hellbless type approach, even though I guess that's how most of the people are playing this. Because, I think, there's... When I see people talk about Dominion's units and they talk about blesses and this type of thing, I think they think, too often from the perspective of how good the unit is. And when you go Hellbless, your units get really, really, really good. But the thing is it also matters how many units you can get. And the nature of what your build looks like really heavily influences how many units you can get. If you get really shit gold income, even if you have a blood economy, unless you're like super deep late game with like vampires and the vampires making thralls and they're making more vampires and this type of thing, unless you've gone like super, super deep, what your gold income is going to inform really strongly how much blood you can get and how many of these mages you can get and how many of these recruit anywhere sacreds you can get. And you know, if you completely sink your scales and then you can't recruit the guys, then what are we doing, you know? These guys actually require a high amount of resources, which kind of sucks as recruit anywhere sacred. So this means if we sink sloth, we probably actually can't max out recruitment on these guys. But recruiting 2 or 3 of these guys in some locations is probably okay too. When I was working on my Mictlan build, my perception was I really just want to get to 3 forts as quickly as possible and just get more Jaguar warriors earlier. Because I didn't think that various access of the Bless is multiplicatively effective with some things you have going on. And I didn't really like the multipliers I had on the units. And looking at these units for Lanka, the units like seem kind of okay, but a lot of them are size 4 with 1 attack. And so that means taking anything with attack or strength is like less multiplicatively effective on your guy who's already costing a lot more gold than average. And so I don't know if the approach is to just like, we're gonna load up on attack, defense, and strength on these guys, because the attack, well, first of all, the strength is maybe gratuitous, because a lot of these things are really high damage anyways, and can damage like the highest prot things. And the attack, is less valuable when your attack density per gold is lower. So there's like less multiplicative value, and the defense seems really bad because you get harassment penalty down. So it requires like to thinking on a different axis. You can also mass produce storm demons, IRC, generic blood spell. Okay. I'm allergic to Hellblesses. I like a long grindy game where I can win candles tech. Yeah. Kind of where I'm at. But okay, we have this guy. He's got Chaos Power 2, Ambidextrous 8. And is gonna be a bit of a problem. And we're planning on taking a larger bless. This thing will get up to 100 hit points. This is terrifying. This is a unit, too. Why isn't this a commander? Can we make the unit a commander? By gift of reasoning it? This is maybe an idea. Oh, this is a unit. That's crazy. Obviously, we want to make this thing into just a sick thug. It's got no helmet. We want to put a helmet on it. Expensive, I assume. Yeah, 70 units for 3 of them. Oh, for 3 of them, though. This is, interesting. See, these things don't have shit attack density. Because they have 3 attacks. Okay. With Blood 8, and we're starting to get pretty late into the tree here. We can get 3 of these guys that have Plague Bow. Effect on damage is disease. Still weak versus fire. Decent sword. Okay, this is a unit. Maybe a decent bodyguard unit? I don't know exactly. I feel like, I don't like paying for a lot for bow and then a lot for stats we want in melee on the same unit, but... And then here we summon a commander. Looks like we have 3 unique ones. Summons 1 of the 3. Alright. Are they just all identical? Sleep aura is interesting. I could have sworn we had glamour, but I think we don't. Okay, I mean, this seems like a decent commander. It's interesting. So we have a bunch of size 4 dudes. We have some summonable size 4 dudes that have decent attack density. We have some really, really big dudes, but this is blood 8. So we're looking pretty late into our blood economy times. Another thing is, like, a lot of builds I've seen from Mictlan seem like they build around the Ocelotl. And I feel like you should build around getting to the Ocelotl, and then let the Ocelotls to some extent carry your game. Okay. Time to learn, sleep and learn in subliminally. Godspeed. Don't let it mess up too much, chat. This is a bold thing, or bold request. Alright, so right off the bat, or actually, let's go back. We can get an extra turmoil, and we can get an extra heat. We prefer heat too. I think that we saw, like, the scales of the... I think we saw the person throw every single... Thinking of what the guy did in our game, I think he went this and he threw every single scale except for luck. So he did like this. And he got like 1,000 points. We're not gonna do that. But you could get 1,000 points. But I also think that he was onto some things. We can also use a builder thing to help us decide what chassis we should be going. And maybe we should. Some of the online resources for Dominions are just so sick. So sick. And maybe we use that. Dominion's Pretender Calculator. Wahoo! So you guys can kind of see that with where the chat box is, right? Alright, so we're gonna make this EA LANKA. Right? Limits down our choices of chassis. Vroom, 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 vroom. And I think just very off the bat, we have so many size 4 sacreds. And I think when you have a size 4 sacred, the first thing you want to take a look at is larger. Which gives you +1 size, 30% more HP, 3 strength, -1 defense, +2 move. The +2 move, I feel, is like a really underrated aspect of this, because being able to move around guys faster is really nice. These guys do not have a lot of map move. However, these guys do have enough map move that often going up to from 14 to 16 will make it so that I think occasionally you can attack from 2 provinces away if the terrain is good. And these guys do have forest survival, so the terrain is easier on the forests. But you get to logistics pretty well. As long as the guy leading you also has enough map move. This guy's not sacred, so he's stuck at 12. So this means that maybe we have to use these guys to lead these guys. These have 18 map move. Goes up to 20. I do think that this is easy to underestimate the value of. You also get to save mage turns. And sometimes you get to do cheeky raids that you'd not otherwise be able to do. Like if we give these guys boots of flying, they can cloud trapeze and then they can zip around. They also have 2 attacks, just base. Can give them maybe a little bit more, give them a helmet, let them do their thing. But the point is that I think large is really good. How do you feel, medic? How's it going? Or you're already in here. You're just dropping it like it's loud. So, actually, let's use the game's UI. Game's UI is a little prettier for you guys. But we don't know what chassis we want, but we know we want this. and we want larger. And from a chassis perspective, I'm generally pretty bullish on these things. Can we use shift click? Control click? No. Can we X? No. We're just gonna throw on a whole bunch and kind of look through the blesses and try and think it out. Because I think that stats are... Ooh, Jesus. Rock and Roll Jew, thank you for the 6-month sub. Much appreciated, my guy. Sub. That one startled me. Generally, like, Dominions is a little bit more chill, a little bit fewer, like, noises. So, okay. A thought is, with awareness, we would not get harassed down as much. This is maybe interesting. The loud cars don't care what you play. No, they don't. The loud cars break for no man. We can kind of show what Bless actually, the guy took in our game. I respected the hustle of this Bless. I think he took like this, which is like so many points. What this is it, you need 6 for resilience of the earth, right? Yeah, so 4, 6, 12, 19, 23, and then he had some other stuff too. I think he had like, I forget what it is. But he just said, I want all the stats. If you don't like stats, what you need to do is enable sound alerts, example blurp, and let people play biddies, play loud car sound on demand. I probably do, but I don't know how much I should charge for it. What's your opinion on Maverni if you've played them? I've not played them. I've taken a look at them. I think the Blood Vengeance thing is interesting. I think I like Earth Magic. Maverni has it. I had a Maverni build I was taking a look at, but I haven't played them. I think that what they're doing is kind of medium to high-ish power, but it seemed like you weren't... It seemed like you weren't getting enough power level for, like, the narrowness of what you have going on, and they didn't really have too many, like, wide a tool set. But that's with a really, really low degree of confidence. Gifts from Heaven plus pigs out of 10? Yeah. We go this little piggy. But okay, I think that getting a bunch of attack and strength, which is what Blood Surge and Righteous Wrath are doing, when you have, like, and also larger gives strength, plus 9 strength on a guy that's doing, like, 30 damage, when you're going against a lot of troops, doing 40 damage, it's not like it's bad, but if they have 12 prot and 12 life, and you're doing 40 damage, you're actually paying for a ton of dead stats on most of your attack rolls, because you're just going to overkill them by, like, at overkill damage, you don't get anything for doing overkill damage. It's not helpful to you. And I think I don't like how much overkill damage this is going to lend itself towards. I don't know how to quantify the morale. And I don't like the defense skill when we're getting harassment penaltied when we have only 2 units a square. I do like the resilience of the earth, and I do like larger. This is, again, the bless that we kind of faced off against in our multiplayer game. Interesting, they tend to get rated pretty low in the rankings. I mean, we could take a quick look at Maverni. I like things that are free economy and are good if you're relatively passive, and Maverni has one of those. I think that the community, the Dominions community, relative to my opinion on things, tends to overvalue attacking very quickly and early, and rather than having the flexibility to sit back, I think is valuable. And because I think if you get 2v1, you just die in a lot of instances. And being the first one to start a war on the map, I think increases your chance of getting 2v1'd. I think it also increases the chance of your opponent getting 2v1'd as well. So it's not like it's good for your opponent. But I think when you can kind of sit back, let things develop, get vision, I think that this is useful. And so I also think that trying to have fast, decisive wars rather than grindy ones is more useful, because it prevents you from getting got. This did not correctly load their units. But my understanding is that this is like the main thing we're caring about when we're Maverni, and we're getting free spawning sacred boars. And so this is an eco thing. Right? When we have a free spawning sacred unit, this means we get a free spawning... It's not a very good unit, the Great Boar. Sky Creedone, thank you for the follow, much appreciated, my guy. Feel like it's typically 100, 250, or 500 bits, depending on the alert. Varies by streamer. Well, the car that startles me is probably going to make that expensive. Need better monetization overall to offset this Dominion content, not like this. Would you ever stream factory games like Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Spheres Project, etc.? Yeah, I would if I thought that I would get a decent amount of views. I'm pretty sure I would not be like a leading spreadsheeter in any of those things. I do think I agree with Dom 6 takes more than the community, but I suck at Dominions. Yeah. I'm not very good at Dominions either, so both might need to go back to the drawing board. Stygian Flesh, that Porco. I kind of don't like Stygian Flesh when we have such good Earth magic, because we can prod up our guys a little bit. Maverni has really good Earth mages overall, but you have to have a Blessed that I think takes advantage of these, and this is... Your Dominion attracts this thing. So, and it's gem-based, and so you're summoning a bunch of these boars to get a bunch of free boars, and you have to figure out a way to make these guys good. And I think it's probably Blood Vengeance, because their stats are kind of ass. And you maybe go like Blood Vengeance plus larger to give them bigger, fatter HP pools. Also makes it so they can trample over stuff easier, because they do have trample. Maybe you give them combat speed. Combat speed plus trample, or swiftness plus trample is maybe a bit of a vibe. Bad free spawning sacred, death explosion blessed time. Yeah, you could also do death explosion type thing. But I think one of the issues with Maverni is like the lack of flexibility. Because you don't have that many paths of magic. So that means your pretender design is a lot harder. Either you're not going to get me getting every path of magic unlocked. Because, okay. Let's take a quick look at Maverni, because someone's asking about it. You get a little bit of nature, a little bit of water, but it's basically like you get astral, you get astral and you get earth, and then you go home and you cry. And I think that's kind of a big deal that you don't get that. You also don't get like crazy tools. You're not getting like, I don't think you have like assassins or anything like crazy in terms of what your commanders can do. You just get kind of old men in robes as your commanders. I think that your sacred is actually pretty strong, but this is offset by the fact that you're going to not really be taking a tremendous bless for these guys anyways, because you're trying to bless around your boars. And I think everyone knows exactly what you're going to do, especially once they see your bless. And I think that one thing I like about Blood Vengeance is it seems generally kind of hard to counter. And the really high-level astral stuff you could do is contingent on magic penetration, and so is Blood Vengeance. So maybe you get Blood Vengeance and magic penetration, but it seems like there's a lack of like flexibility here. I guess your like scales troops are kind of okay-ish, and you get like javelin on your cavalry. But should have asked him about Hannibal, I cry. Well, what about the exploding hog meme? I think that the explosion is way easier to play around than Blood Vengeance. And the explosions require you also make it so all of your guys don't explode. I think Blood Vengeance is just a lot better. Especially with units that are fast. How was the trip? The trip was good. Kind of had fun with friends. Mainly just hanging out. Not doing anything too crazy. But where were we? Where was we? We were talking about LANKA. And that's one of the reasons I don't like the Hellish Bless is because it really, when you take a really Hellish Bless, it like puts you in a box. Right? Now you have these units that are tremendously efficient for their costs, but they're really, you doing anything else with your gold is just bad. Whereas if you take something a little bit more moderate that gets some more eco, you can do other stuff with your gold if your sacreds fail you. And that's like kind of what happened in the game with Yomi that had unholy weapons, and the LANKA had like 100% Hellbless. He couldn't just go Scales troops and try and buff up his Scales troops because he couldn't get enough of them because he didn't have any money, because he went with the super Hellbless. Because he went with this type of thing. And you're getting like minus 32% income. And then he never got his blood economy going. At the end of the game, we actually had more blood income as Perrine than he had as LANKA. So I think we generated more total blood slaves than he did. We ended up winning the game, so obviously it's not, I'm not trying to say Perrine's better than LANKA at generating blood slaves. I'm just mean like your ability to build a fort is dependent on money, and then you build the forts and then you could recruit more of these guys. And you need money to do that, and then more of these guys means more blood slaves. I think you should do a few Total War Warhammer 3 streams, get a feel for the series before Warhammer Total War Warhammer 40k releases. Which may be a good game to cover on release. Maybe. Borverni is a meme. Undying Blood, Avenging Boris. Yeah, so I don't think you necessarily need to take Undying. That was kind of one of our ideas with Mictlin, but that's because the Jags have two forms. Undying, I think I'd almost rather just take larger and like run speed. Like if we were playing Maverni, like swiftness is something I would be maybe into, because this works well with the trample, as does larger. And maybe some reinvigoration too. Because trampling is tiring work. And eventually you'll be able to buff the guy's defenses. You maybe take Enchanted Blood, I don't know. Prod and Order feels so good in EAV though. EA. Do they? I feel like generally I don't like production, but... Okay, so this is where the person in our lobby started. And I think I have to just in general kind of assume that this is, like as a starting point, this is not entirely unreasonable, but I think I don't like, and we talked about it, I think I don't like adding attack and strength. We already have enough strength to punch through high prot stuff. And the amount of gold we have to spend per attack is pretty bad. And I think I really don't like defense on units that are bigger, because you get harassed down anyway. And then again, attack and strength when our guy dies. I think I'd rather just try and have our guy not die. So we have Resilience to the Earth. I actually do really, really like that he took an Imprisoned Pretender with Resilience to the Earth, and I thought that was sweet, because a lot of the stuff where he wanted the resists anyways was super late game. And so this means that we're going to have decent resists, but also these guys who get... the ones of these that roll +1 air, those are going to have some lightning resist, but them having a little bit more lightning resist to not accidentally bop themselves, I think that's kind of valuable. And I think our mages also really appreciate like going up to 50 life, or these types of mages. Not all of them are going to have that much life, but big life pool is kind of nice. And so this is maybe our starting point. I think we can assume we're either in here or in here with what we're doing. I don't think I really like the Demi-Lich. That's the chassis that the person in our game took. How much is it for new pads? Are 20. Naga's kind of interesting. The thing about... is this guy interesting? I mean, I'm thinking that Monolith is maybe more our speed, but... I guess we need to know if we're taking a big-ass... Another big thing. Well, for this, we have to take Earth. And we gotta take Earth at a lot, and this maybe makes more sense to just go... a couple of fire things. Stats and resistances were nuked so hard in Dom 6. Yeah, but... Blood, or whatever the 0.5 regen is called. It's called Big Nice Blood. I judge everything in this game by Magic the Gathering. Undying can be busted in Magic the Gathering. Must be good here. It's not... different type of thing. I'm not opposed to the Undying on the boards. There's other things I would think I would go for first. What paths you want on the Pretender is probably the best place to start. Okay. Well, from that perspective, I think we want some amount of blood. And we need to have... I think that we just, like, slam dunk want larger. But the paths that we have to break into... on LANKA are going to be Glamour, Astral, Water, and Fire. So, ideally, we would want Glamour, Astral, or ways into Glamour, Astral, Water, and Fire. If we took a Monolith, I actually do really like being able to drop this, or dropping this thing and casting Foul Vapors just worked out so well for us in our game. I would not mind being able to do that. But I feel like we want to start with, like, if we want one of these high point blesses, I think that's the better place to start. To be fair, I think Heat Aura would be kind of okay. Unholy Promotion on Devils, Fire Magic. We have free pick into it. Demi-Lich Rainbow is a metagamer pick. When I do the math on it, if we have too many of these, like, more expensive blesses, the Demi-Lich doesn't, like, work math-wise really anymore. But if we're trying to do a bunch of different paths, it's going to do better than the monolith, yeah. I don't know. The immortality's nice. You can be super reckless with it, and it just comes back. Mono drop is always funny. I mean, I killed so many armies, like Solo Bolo, where it was like, oh, you don't have mages in that army, guess it's dead. And Water and Ice Devils? Okay, so it sounds like Earth is going to be hard for us to break in. Astral and Glamour, then? Which now the Monolith, like... I mean, it has... If we're locked in on getting these paths, it's actually pretty nice for that. We could... Or here, allow me to refer... I think we could get more points on the more... if we go rainbow, like completely rainbow, and tank our scales, I think the Demi-Lich gets better. I think in a world where we want to have, like, kind of nice scales, the Demi-Lich, like, starts to look not so good. And I think that this is maybe... Let's rake... We have these on so we can put on any really heavy blesses, but... Let's try and think through if we want any heavy blesses. I think Heat Aura is interesting. I think Fire Shield is also interesting as well. I think these are more interesting than us just getting stats, because I think the stats kind of stack poorly on our, like, the chassis of our guys. I think that awareness is interesting because this opens us up to being more defense-oriented. Awareness plus blur is kind of a cost-effective gamut, but if we don't have to take air on our guy because we have air mages, then maybe we're paying a lot for this luxury. But I think that we don't want to stack defense unless we're getting awareness. But if we do get this, then we won't get harassed down. And then we can actually defense tank people. So if we were dumping an enormous... If we were doing a build similar to what the player in our game did, I think we'd rather have awareness than, like, Righteous Wrath. And then stack +5 defense. And say, okay, you're attacking this, like, defense... These defense 6 guys, but their defense isn't going to get harassed down. And because they don't have a lot of armor, they're not going to get harassed down. Promote your blood summons using blood, and some of them have magical paths. Wait, so if I increase their blood path? Promote the blood summons using blood. Oh, is this a spell that I cast on my blood summons? That turns them... Okay, so... Ice Devil is a regular unit, and promoting them to a commander using a special blood spell allows them to roll. Got it. Demi-Lich also gets cheaper candles. Yeah, then the rainbow chassis, the Dominion 1 chassis, but not better than this other one. Starshine caps and crystal coins, so 2 astrals, probably all you need on your god. If we're building a monolith, I think I would want at least 4 or 5. If we're doing, like, a human that's gonna go around site searching less. We'll take a look, though. But stuff... The aura thing... Heat aura is just very intriguing. I think it's probably too cute. Regenerations also may be an interesting idea, that we just call our guys small giants. Because they kind of are like small giants. Regen is decent on a unit with like 30 to 40 life. But it's not quite there. Yeah, plus immortality can be used as a disposable army wiper. Actually, rate air on a Lanka Blast. Your Sacreds are best if they can zip into combat and start shedding before they get banished / shot. You talking about for swiftness? Check out Unholy Promotion on the wiki. Well, wouldn't I check it out in the inspector? Oh, maybe I wouldn't. Regen would be good for Turbo Sabbaths. There we have that too. Both the size and the regen are complementary. I think kind of paying a lot to go, but the thing is the chassis that's good when we're going for a 30-point bless is probably the Demi-Lich. If we're going for like a 15 to 20-point bless, I think that makes the monolith a little bit better, relatively speaking. I'd want 5 or so astrals, both so you can't get dueled and so you can forge Wing of Wizardry and Sorcery. You need 6 if you're doing a monolith. You need at least 6, because you only have 1 slot. We were taking a look at this guy. New paths are 40 on this guy. This guy's interesting. I mean, I don't think we want a 3 guy. I don't think we want this, because that would actually make it so we can't full tank Turmoil. Also, this is just a meme, so... and the Monolith is just actually super good in combat. Like, these other ones seem not anywhere near as good, dropping them in. So it's probably Monolith, Lich, or this. Unless we get some sort of discount on something weird. As tempting as it would be to make this work, I think we would specifically want a high path bless from that, and I don't know if we're there. Let's take a look at our units. I think a lot of our units are relatively naked, so they have low encumbrance anyway. Wow, these guys only have 4 encumbrance. That's crazy. What? I kind of like these units, kind of. They're really expensive, though, for 1 attack. And, like, not being fucking unkillable. What's the defense? Defense 12. 12. Strength on these guys is kind of nice. I don't know. I don't know if we like need strength in general with these guys. They do... with larger, these guys are going to be doing like 30 damage base. They will be able to like hit stuff and make it die. Inspector, not wiki. I actually looked on the inspector and I couldn't see it. Maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. Unholy Promotion. It's called something else. But it's a generic blood spell. It's just called something other than Unholy Promotion. Swiftness is super underrated. I kinda like Swiftness. I think if we're taking Swiftness, then we're taking Awareness. And now we have a very expensive blast. I don't know if we can pay for all this. More streams. Woo. Hey Zan, how's it going? One thing I remember I find playing Lanka is beware supplies. The demons are hungry. We're going growth too, which will help a lot with that. But yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Growth helps a lot in terms of supplies relative to like death or something. Gift of reason, divine name. It's astral, not blood. Okay. Yeah, I knew there was some sort of spell. Let's look up divine name. That's a lot of pearls, though. So it's a lot of pearls on a nation that is not have astral natively. So I think we are in the market for having a pretender that has either fire or water. And if we go nature, then adding water lets us like foul vapors drop this guy. Maybe I'm just overthinking that as a useful thing we could do because we did it on our Perrine run. But okay, this is an idea. I want Windwalker to be like cheaper than it is, but it's so sick on like sacred only armies. It's probably mostly like really sick if you could fly too. I don't think I like any sort of weapon bless. I think Chillora maybe is kind of an idea. Or the auras in general are maybe an idea just because we're like larger, but if we take Unsurroundable, or the thing that gives it, then the defense suddenly starts to look good. I also kind of am into swimming, just generally, on these recruit anywhere nations to some extent, because it lets you go underwater a lot easier. And depending on the map gen, it maybe lets you do some cool things. Or like, I've discovered in Expo that this tends to give me one additional location on average. Or there's like one location you can Expo into that you could not otherwise, at least. Ores come with resistances, which is great, and we're in the market for fire resistance. So actually, let's put down the things that we're thinking about, and try and come up with a plan. We can't cast Stygian Skin on our guys, right? That's a bless that requires death, or that's a spell that requires death and water. Kind of express that we would like regeneration. We were experiencing with Mictlan with Blood Vengeance. I don't think we like Blood Vengeance anywhere near as much on these guys as we do Mictlan, because Mictlan was paying like 1/3 the price per HP, basically. And these guys aren't, so I think we have some of these ideas. So let's rake back a lot of... Uh-oh. Are we still good? I got a thing that said we were disconnecting. I think we're good. Watching your live stream farts and leave like this. Not like this. Alright, we just have to have the YouTube session not get bricked. God damn it. Am I getting DDoSed? What is this? Who would DDoS? Or like 12-person stream. No, it's my OBS keeps going in and out. I don't know. What's going on? Like, dropping almost half my frames. Are we so back? You're fine on YouTube, though? YouTube, it's like bad if it's particularly bad if it breaks the session. But OBS keeps on going in and out. And I'm just having really low kilobytes. Or just a ton of dropped frames. What's going on? Oh, I don't know how to troubleshoot the fact that this connection's weak. I don't know. I think it's someone in my house using a ton of internet or something. I'm not uploading anything. Are we kind of okay? Still frequently buffering? God damn it. Abyssia has cast Astral Deception, basically. I guess there's like a slight delay. You guys can tell me if we're back. We would maybe be interested in taking a guy who has luck. I think we have to pay a lot for a guy who can go luck scale. And I don't think this chassis is actually... I think this chassis is worse than the monolith for being in combat, but is better for casting big enchantment level stuff. Oh, wrong one? Corruption? Not like this. Oh dear, no. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. I was gonna call... Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I don't think someone else using like a decent chunk of internet would like cause this issue. It like keeps bricking and re-bricking the stream. I don't think... I don't know why I'm getting so many dropped frames and why it's so shit. And I can't do some of my normal troubleshooting things. Well, security. I'm not getting like McAfee. I could close the music. I don't think Spotify is going to be what's causing like the dropped frame rate. Because the issue has to be me uploading packets. Me downloading packets shouldn't matter. God damn it. But like, it's not bad enough that the chats are breaking. could try and get through it and see if it just gets better. No, I've literally never had this happen before. It says the strength is excellent now on the restream though. Is this a restream thing? No, it's not. It's like an OBS thing. Still happening, Sir Generalist? Yeah. So, chassis. We're thinking this is what we need at the very minimum. And then we're thinking we can either go heat ore, we can go resilience to the earth, or we can go swiftness awareness. We want fire, and we want glamour. But we have to, I think we have to get larger. So if we go this guy, we can add a magical path for 60. We can get up to luck 3. And then he can cast some pretty high level stuff for globals. Because he has, one of the disadvantages of the monolith. One of the disadvantages of the monolith here is that we only have 1 item slot. So that means we can't use boosters very well to hit these high-level globals. We would not have that with this guy, but this guy would also still be maybe decent in combat. He also would benefit from larger, which is kind of cute. It's stable now? Okay, thank God. I don't know what that is about. I've never had that issue with OBS. Okay, now OBS has got max... Maybe that was stir side for OBS or something. I don't know. Okay. But, could we make this guy work? She is also an option. And she has Gift of Water Breathing. Maybe if we wanted to go something very conservative, that would make sense. But I think we kind of want this larger bless. So if we take this and do this, we still have a lot of points left. And we would get to do this. Anyone have thoughts on this? I'm not sure what else we would take. We could take Heroism Blur. I'm not exactly a fan of that. And then I guess it's we sink more points into something to take one of the bigger things. But we could do this and then do... This is just like... This has to be bad. Well, obviously it's bad because we haven't spent all of our points, but... I think without having an understanding of what it is we want to cast exactly, we... If we could sync enough scales, we could get there. I mean, this is an idea. This is an idea. I think this is psychotic, because these guys are going to be bad at expoing. Or we're not going to be able to expo with this, I think. Incarnate blesses, 3 incarnate blesses is greedy. Yeah. This is just this is a little bit too much. We have to have something very narrow. Looking at this chassis, we have to have something very narrow in mind for the luck scale, I think. So I think this is maybe an idea if we didn't go larger. I don't know how we make use of these 3 magical pads, but if we were going dormant, trying to make use of the magical pads, getting the extra that, I think we're paying too much for the luck scale limit. He can go these 2 decently well, though. Okay. I'm leaning towards the monolith because I think that we could go Stygian skin though. The thing is, Stygian skin. Now we want to like have. I mean, we. Oh, but we can't get. I think that's pretty into growth. We can get 2 more growth by casting in important places by casting that one thing. Which, to be fair, you need order 1 to turn things into farmlands. I think we probably want at least 6 of this. We don't necessarily need that Sanka thing. We don't have any water, right? Here's an idea. It's cute that the Demi-Lich can use a helmet. We need to have Astral. Ideally 3. I mean, I guess we could drop in Foul Vapors with this. We just need some boosters. Or to pump up our thing. I think Immortality also, we don't lose a bunch of magic pads every time we die. Okay, this is at least an idea. Happy Shaft, hello, hello. You missed the great stream horribling, where the stream was cutting out really, really hard. I'm shocked that YouTube didn't. Like YouTube, if it gets too bad for YouTube, it just like concludes the thing and then you're done. Like, because when you restream, you have to restream as a new thing. I mean, this guy would give us some decent research earlier, and we're kind of just saying that Stygian skin and larger is, like, good enough. And Stygian skin would help out a ton with our... what I perceive to be one of our biggest issues, which is the lack of helmets. I think when you have bigger guys that are size 5+, you can't really defense tank anymore, and you have to prot tank. Oh, we have a decent amount of natural protection, though. That's unfortunate, because the invulnerability effectively competes with the natural protection. This will only give us +5 prot. Moving these guys up to 17, these guys up to 19, though. Chaos Power doesn't give extra prot, does it? But these guys would go up to 6 prot. I mean, that would make using these guys way more appealing than they are right now. If they had 10 more prot, or if they had 10 prot instead of 3. Maybe we could do a poll? What people think is better? I mean, if we are doing this chassis, then Stygian skin is relatively cheap. Could also just say, hey, you know what, we want more points. We'll not get Stygian skin early. And instead we'll do like this. Okay. We'll get awareness. And we'll get blur. And we'll say, hey, we're larger. We have 2 units a square. But you're actually not going to harass us down. In terms of the defense. And it's not a tremendous amount of defense, but it's more. That kind of makes me just not want to run Stygian Flesh then, though. And at that point, we could just actually run defense. Which is a cute idea. Because we're not going to get encumbrance down very easily as well. Higher encumbrance tends to eat shit. In the sense that every 10 fatigue you generate... every 10 fatigue you generate, you lose 1 defense. River map mode is better in every poll. Big true. We could go swimming. That is the river map mode. We also don't know how Expo is with these guys. Let's actually think about that. I think we just Expo with these guys. With the way that the nation's set up. Just to avoid issues with the helmets and then transition to these guys somewhat early. Actually, these guys are going to be too much resources. We're going to get resource pressured. And I kind of like the idea of taking Sloth too, so... probably have to go the low resource guys. But we could take river map mode. So we're kind of in 3 camps right now. Maybe we start a YouTube poll. But we could also take this guy in prison and get way more points if we're trying to do this. But we could go dormant, Stig skin. imprisoned awareness defense. And then we can also do imprisoned resistances. Good stuff. Was the hair too cold to swim today? Needed another 5 to 10 degrees. Saying we raise the heat. I guess another option is try to make the this guy work. We could take like reinvig and forget about larger. And I think I don't like about forgetting about larger. Larger's so cost effective when you get size 4 guys. Looks like either way you guys prefer imprisoned. If we take imprisoned defenses slash good stuff, yeah. I guess we would start by doing this. And we're not going to get the harassment penalty, and the more of this you get, the better, basically. We take this, take this, take that. Take that, I guess, and then we paid exactly for that, and then we can, oh! The Demi-Lich is preventing us from getting more growth. No, no, no. But we can do this. Good prefer this. This is an idea. So let's taking swiftness instead. This gives +1 defense and the movement speed. Another 3 defense here, so 4 defense. -1 defense, so 3 defense. And then effectively +2 defense, so like +5 defense effective, and we can't get harassment penalty down. And we don't have a lot of encumbrance anyways, so we're not going to be eating penalty from that. So it's kind of like having 17 defense on these guys. Kind of hard to hit. We don't have anything that really makes us hit harder. We don't have any additional attack. To the extent that we can get harassment penalties ourselves, it would be off of our summons that have 2 attacks, basically. Because we don't have the attack density to cause harassment. One nice thing I like about the fatigue play, though, is the fatigue play... Oh, and we don't deal here at all with our super fire resistance weakness, so maybe we would have to do something a little bit more like this. Perfect 0 points is good vibes. Yeah, that's true. We'll call this one good vibes. I'm not sure how I feel about it, though. The vibes is good, but... Where is he? Where is he? I think I really like the growth. And our guy's kind of good at not dying, but it seems like a lot of point investment for something that doesn't necessarily feel like it's gonna do that well. Because 15 is still really hittable. And a lot of Sacreds are gonna have end up having over 15 attack anyways. And then we've sunk. We've sunk so many points into defense that it needs to be effective. Right? 14 bless points. Let's try again. Let's try again. Blood fecundity should offset Demi-Lich. We could get up to growth 3. That is correct. To be fair, growth 4 turns stuff into a forest, which isn't necessarily what we want. If we had order 1, it wouldn't turn things into a forest, but that's not good for us, allegedly. Tank growth all the way to death 3 and take your neighbor's stuff. I don't like this strategy. I don't like strategies that force you to have to start an early war. We've talked about this a little bit, just in the abstract. And my sample size on Dominions is really small. And so to some extent, grain of salt. But there are 8 players, right? The easiest way to lose a game of Dominions, it seems to me, is to get 2v1'd. And, I mean, I can get behind the strategy of we take a bless and we kill our neighbor, but I actually don't think that the Sacred we have is a very good chassis for early on. And if we take a Monstrous Bless, we get minus 30% income or something. We're not putting up forts very quickly, so the fact that we recruit anywhere sacred is not necessarily going to be as useful as it could be. Especially if we tank Sloth as well, because our recruit anywhere sacreds take a decent amount of resources. My general perception of Dominions is a little bit like this. If you start a 1v1, that dramatically increases the odds that you're going to get 2v1'd. But if 1v1s are already occurring, then you can join one and 2v1 and get land easier. Which doesn't mean you like shouldn't fight people, but it means that being put in a position where your build doesn't work unless you fight people has a cost. Now, if you fight someone and you kill them, and you become the big square, then it worked out for you. But the thing is, like, you have to do this. If you take, like, the full hell scales, I feel like, if you lose growth. Growth is just... growth is so overwhelmingly powerful relative to the other scales as it relates to long-term income. And I think that this chassis is like... I'm not enormously thrilled with it. As a cap only, you're trying to kill them with your cap sacred. We get to scale a little bit because we get to recruit these anywhere, but Hellbless and Rush seems like we have a bunch of blood play late game. I would have Mage Thug Bless instead, like taking Reinvigoration. I can get behind that. The Reinvigoration is going to be less useful on our troops than it would under normal circumstances. But the first point is maybe okay. The thing is, these guys have such low encumbrance anyways, they're really not encumbering. But We could have this idea of heat aura. Which solves our resistance issue. And us having fire res on our guys is nice, and we want the... with this... on our sacreds, getting the extra resistances on our generic sacreds and then having them lower the enemy resists is kind of nice. The thing is these guys are still kind of squishy. But what this would do is increase the enemy's encumbrance. And by increasing their encumbrance, this effectively raises our attack score. And so we won't solve the issue of being able to hit stuff by harassing them down, but we will solve them by fatiguing them down. And then maybe we take level 3 heat to get some extra points to make this work. Because we have resist for this anyways. And sack in favor of prot and resistances, would that work? Yeah, let's see if we can kind of make this work. What do we want to give up? Probably the hammer. But there's our fire resistance. And then we don't need to take a super high level of earth like we would with the other thing, but we can get a little bit of shock resistance. Cold resistance is maybe a little bit weaker in the abstract. If we do this. Take poison resistance though. So, resilient to AoE, we have 9 points. Magic resist is really good for all your demon armies though. You can build around the summons. This is fair. Well, if we like magic resist, we could maybe do this. Don't go into this. I wish we could somehow get another point of growth here, but maybe do this. Or actually, we could just say 2 heat's enough. Enchanted Blood, I think, is kind of okay. I don't know how good Enchanted Blood is at not dying to foul vapors. I don't think it's enough. We get 2 magic resist in this. To be fair, we can, if we go drain, a slight drain. Gain a little bit more points. I think Enchanted Blood is pretty good for Expo, to be honest. I think Blood Surge is too, but Blood Surge is, I think, kind of not what we're in the market for. But this is good on some of our big bad summon types. Could also take Blur Heroism again, more of a Expo thing. But maybe this is the resists build? I think I want to try and see if we can make a monolith work, but we'll call this resists build. Now you said building around the Rakshasa summon. Talking about the Blood 1 one? I think for that we need to think more about income. in the abstract. Because that's going to be, I think income kind of determines what you can get. But here, we have 2 attacks. So we have 4 attacks per square, which makes us hitting not an issue. We hit real easy. Now we have need of fire resistance. We're really squishy. I mean, the build where we get... I mean, I hate to say it, but I think that we have, like... We have, with 22 base damage, we, like, have the damage to punch through on these guys. Especially when paired with our Recruit Anywhere guys who are going to get over 30 base damage. And we'll hit things because we have multiple attacks. It's just a matter of getting some more of these dudes and actually just having them not be so ungodly squishy. The 5 protection is, none of that's from armor, so it's a little bit annoying, but we could go Stygian Skin for another 5 protection effectively. But I think that this build... Oh, this wasn't the build... We didn't even show the... Okay. The build where we're awake and we have Stygian Skin is maybe good for those guys. But I kind of don't like being awake with Stygian Skin. But we can think about taking Drain just in general to help us get a little bit effective, more magic resist. And we could look to just kind of... I have this combat tool. And then we can kind of add 2 paths of magic here. We can get reinvigoration and magic resist as well. Do we think we actually, with just larger, can play this out pretty well? Because here's the thing. If these guys can get the job done with just larger, because they go up to 22 damage, they have 2 attacks still. This frees us up from a design perspective quite a bit. And they're going to have more attack and defense and, I think, strength with the Chaos Power. So these things will actually hit decently hard. Not that he'd necessarily be good awake, but I'm just saying we could do this. If we just say, you know what? Like, this seems awful, but... Hey, Tressie. Weren't you in here before? It was Tessa. Welcome, welcome. Lanka's a turbo blood hunt nation. They can trivially kill their population to go blood hunting. Growth just delays the inevitable, and constantly conquering to feed the blood hunt is a thing. Yeah. I don't know. I think if you just stall out against your first opponent, you just fall on your face. Like the point where you're... I don't think you like... I feel like often just like 80 more points worth of bless is just, or even 120 points worth more of bless, like is often not giving you as much as the first 120 points were giving you, because of the nature of how chassis work and there being like diminishing returns on being able to get bless points with pretender design points, and that the points you get into growth give you so much income. Lanka is a fun nation to theorycraft. Yeah, right now I'm trying to do like a semi-scales version of Lanka. I do feel some kind of way about... What if we just did this? See, the thing is, now extra points aren't really that great because it's 60 points for us to add a new magical path. And this chassis gets a lot worse if we're thinking of him as imprisoned. If we do this, I mean, we could refund some of this and then get a couple more levels and paths. I don't think this is insane. I think it's probably really underwhelming. But heroism, extra stats give you quite a bit of stuff. They eventually give you more magic resist. Missed out on your past Dominion streams, so I didn't really learn until your new videos. What a cool, ambitious game. Love the in-character messages to people. Yeah, I think I kind of stopped doing those, like, later on in the run. I think that was a huge leak. I think I should have still done, like, RP messages, like, throughout the entire run. It was, like, a threefold leak. I found it more amusing. I think it's more amusing for the audience, and I actually think it's a way to get people to be less likely to attack you. Scales Lanka might want more production for the uniform Monka. You're absolutely right. I think just... I don't think you need a lot more, but the ability to produce... you want to get to producing, like, 5 of those a turn? They're actually decent if you can afford to make them. Yeah. I think that... Are we getting gimped on recruitment points? There's so many recruitment points, too. There are a lot of recruitment points, too. I mean, it feels like it... I feel like we can't go not turmoil. But this is an idea. I don't know if it's good. I think we're paying a really large... I think the issue is we're paying too much to be able to get that third scale of luck. Like, if the third scale of luck was only 40 points, we'd be in it. But I think that the chassis we don't especially value. I mean, this guy with just larger and some magic resistance, if we eventually give him items, he actually is pretty fucking big. He's gonna cast, like, personal regeneration and shit. Larger, he goes up to 165 life without considering Dominion. Not enough whimsy these days? Not enough whimsy. Let's put this on the shelf. Let's consider kind of... My intuition is I kind of like the obelisk. I was thinking that that was kind of good. Okay. If this is our starting point, we like magic resist. We can add magic resist. What's gonna help us expo? The defense-oriented stuff will help us expo, but I think it's weak. Like, really weak against PvP. I mean, larger is really, really cost-effective. I think Blood Surge may be a little gratuitous, but not insane. We don't need blood in order to break into blood or to cast any of our national spells, and so I think we should avoid blood. We would benefit quite a bit from air and glamour, I think. Air, glamour, water, fire. Well, actually, I don't think we benefit that much from air. So, water, fire, glamour, all kind of into. What if we went water and glamour? The issue with the water glamour is, I don't know, where our bless points should go. Defense, I think, is not very good. We could go blur and just say, look, this is 100% just to make our expo better. And is not going to be very good later. And then the water's kind of nice because it lets us do a little bit of some things. But I think we want fire resistance, and we want fire resistance really bad. So let's rake this back. Let's rethink this. What about going here? Resilient to the earth. And now we can cast some big globals, and we have a bunch of design points left over. We could in fact just go dormant here. Resilience to the earth we don't need online very quickly. Okay, if this is the build, how do we make it expo better? How do we make this expo better? Would swiftness help us expo? We're getting thoughts here. Like, how quick do these guys run? Their combat speed is low. We do have... low combat speed. We do have these guys. Both. Recruit anywhere. And, I mean, the combat speed for these guys is almost like their cavalry. In fact, they are just like cavalry. They're cavalry without having 2 attacks, which, like, that's a pretty fat asterisk. Do we like the guys on the right more than the ones on the left? I mean, the guys on the right have, like, no prod. We got, yeah. But for Expo, these guys with attack, rear on a script, and swiftness actually maybe get in there like cavalry, and maybe this Expo's really well. I mean, right now this is like having our toes just partly into a defense build. But we're putting him... I mean, I think we're paying too much... We're paying too many points to try and take people into deep water, I think, with awareness and swiftness. Awareness just feels like it's almost good. Awareness, another problem with awareness is I think that we like awareness a lot more when we're trying to thug out guys. Maybe this... Do we get to thug out well with this guy with this type of a build? I don't think so. I don't think so. We could take awareness blood surge and forget about swiftness. %30 movement rate. Doesn't Lanka get summonable super commands, making Imprison, Titan, a waste? Yeah, I mean, that's like in Blood 8. I don't know if it's like... I think when you're getting Dormant... or, well, yeah, okay, maybe Imprisoned is a little bit of a waste. The point was to get the third point in luck, though. Enchanted Blood, you said, was a good Expo pick? You're right, we could do Enchanted Blood. The thing is that if we go Blood, we won't have a good way to break into that, but maybe we just won't go to Expo. And we do like this. I don't think we can do this. No, we can't. And then we get pretty good access to stuff later on. Having 6 Earth is kind of nice. We maybe could get more points elsewhere if we... No, not really. No, this is kind of it. That Scales luck build was Dormant and a good magic phase super combatant. The blood super combatants are a very late game thing. Awareness is a cheap conditional defense, kind of like Blur. Yeah. I think it's... I mean, at this point, if we kill stuff for Expo, we kill stuff fast enough that awareness actually probably won't come into play fast enough. And at that point, we start to look a little bit more like this, which is the Generalist special, where... Actually, I guess that's not really... We're just every single run always is Blood Surge Blur larger. It's just what we want to put on everything always. Because they're so point efficient. But I mean, I'm kind of into this. Enchanted Blood is giving us a little bit of magic resist, which we were into. We're getting a little bit more production. Our scales are pretty solid. We could maybe even throw the production. The thing is, this is just a how the math lines up type of thing. But we could throw it for magic scale. I think we're okay with this, though. God, this feels like exactly like the Pretender I used for Pyrene, though. In terms of what it is and the scale, or like, and kind of the scales and the other stuff. I mean, I guess I think that the stuff that I think is good is good. Ooga. We'll title this one Expo Resilience. We can't spell, can we? How do we spell resilience? Embarrassing. That looks wrong, but well, Google says it's right. Okay. So we've kind of made a few ideas here. We've made this all-in on defense guy. To be fair, I kind of don't hate this. I just think that, like, we're spending so many points on our sacreds, and our sacred is just not going to do the things. We have this heat aura guy, where we went heat aura plus resists. To be fair, we could take off Blood Surge here for Blur and Heroism. Kinda did like this build. We have this Luck 3 build. We're paying a lot for a chassis I'm not sure we like. That's the issue. And we have this, where we say we want larger, and we want the resists, and we want to get through Expo, and we're not going to commit other stuff for being particularly strong. In like the later game, Blur is going to be bad in PvP. We'll get a little bit of magic resistance, but mainly we're just getting larger and the fire resistance. And we say like kind of just a fundamental thing about the units that we have access to, which is that in terms of paying for extra force multipliers on these guys, I think you just don't get a lot. Like, I think that these guys are kind of fine on themselves. They're, like, slightly overcosted, but, like, paying for more attack is less useful the fewer attacks you have. Paying for more defense is not as good when you have fewer guys per square because you get harassed down. And paying for more strength, you do have kind of increasing marginal returns, but when you start to pay 2 out the ass for strength, and you're overkilling units, you don't get bonus points for overkilling something. Did you change your cam? No, but it's been getting blurry more often. So I should. Are you aware of the Pretender Calculator website resource for Dominions? I am. We have that open, but like it doesn't look as good. But we could try and see and fiddle around if we could get something cheaper. I think when we're trying to like min-max the exact thing that we want, you can see we actually even started here with larger. We just told ourselves what we want is larger. Was the best way to do this. It's Master Enchanter, but if we want at least 6 scales, which I think we do, you know, where can we go from here? We could do this and go Resilience of the Earth. You know, and it looks like Monolith is getting the most points. It's not surprising. We could plug the Monolith build that we had into here. So we can come and take a look and see if there's a cheaper way to do it. Like a cheaper chassis to get 66544. It doesn't really need to be that exact thing though. But just Blur and Enchanted Blood. The points that don't have to be in the other stuff, but we'll just get 4 points of this. And Fountain of Blood actually would be cheaper. But then if we are going Frozen, then we kind of want this. I mean, then this guy comes up. Maybe we need to take a closer look at the Maharishi. If we have these exact paths, actually. I'm not sure. I think I don't like the chassis as much as the obelisk, because we could really just drop the obelisk on people's heads and kill armies with it. But this is the... Oh, that's not even it. Where's the Maharishi? Wait, what? Oh, that's this. Yeah. But it looks like the monolith is doing the best out of the lower Dominion guys. And the second we do Dominion 7, he starts looking a lot better. Just if we wanted to go more rainbowy and add a whole bunch of more magical paths, that's when the monolith starts looking not so good. But if we want to spend a decent chunk of our money on scales, or of our allocated resources on scales, this makes the 4 guys better. But I guess we could pull this real quick for the people on YouTube. Or how many people are on Twitch? Kind of some of you guys on Twitch. Alright, maybe let's do straw poll. We'll try one of these out. Why is straw poll giving us something else? We search for straw poll. Why are we getting some random bullshit? Type form. Who be? And we're gonna make this rank order, okay? Gonna make this a ranking poll. That means you drag and drop these on which one you prefer. And it gives like 4 points to your number 1 choice and less. It gives 3 points to your number 2, etc., etc. So, the idea is that if there's... Yeah, it's rank order voting. If you don't drag and drop, then we're going to have a bad time. So we're going to show on stream what we mean. Because otherwise... Otherwise, people are like, no, I voted wrong. And then I'm like, you might have. Look at the voting outcomes. And then you get all this. So you drag and you drop what it is you want. Yes? So I'm going to link it. And then I love democracy. Yep. I'm going to link it. And then I'm going to quickly show the chassis for the people who do not remember. The first option is good vibes. This is a imprisoned lich. Main idea here is we are going for stacking a lot of defense, and we are going for a little bit of fire resistance to offset a lot of our guys being weak to fire. We do have some guys that have -10 on fire, so we don't fully run that gamut. But we will get swiftness. We will get, which will make our guys run fast, and we will get kind of around 4 extra defense on top of that. So effectively 5 defense, -1 for the larger. And so we'll have big guys that are hard to hit and hard to make it easier to hit. They'll do a little bit of extra damage with the larger. Then we have the resist build, which is leaning on making our guys have a lot of resists. This is going to scale better into the late game because AoE will not be a problem for us. We do have Blood Surge in here. Probably Blood Surge could even be Blur plus Heroism, but Blood Surge on our mages and super combatants and these types of things is kind of alright, because the defense and the reinvigoration, and Blood Surge is pretty good for Expo. And both of those are Lich builds. Then we have Luck 3, utilizing this other chassis that we would not typically use, but it allows us to go up to 3 Luck scale. And Luck plus Turmoil, getting both of these at 3. We're going to get a lot more events, and they're going to tend to be a lot better. And then we just kind of went for stuff that's going to scale reasonably well for us, in the magic resistance and the reinvigoration for our mages. And Heroism is also pretty nice. If your guys survive the battle with Heroism, they get a good amount of attack and defense, and also it's good for your mages. More experience, more research speed. And then we have Expo Resilience here. I want Australian preferential voting. I want Australian voting where they force everyone to vote, or you get a fine. But here we went Resilience of the Earth, just very cost-effective thing for getting resists. We are imprisoned with an Incarnate Bless, but Resilience of the Earth is not going to be tremendously useful until we get to like that portion of the game anyways. We don't have any cold resistance, which we could go for if we wanted to give a Blur or Enchanted Blood, but our idea with the rest of it is larger Blur and Enchanted Blood. We're just trying to make Expo decent and end up with larger and Resilience of the Earth and reasonable scales. So we're a little bit more focused on income. This one we also have more production, so we're probably going to be able to produce more dudes as well. Something like this. And let's check the straw poll results as they are. People want the good vibes, the resist build, and the luck build. It looks like 2 people just clicked vote with the start thing, and that's how we've gotten most of our situation. Not like this. Okay. Or people were disciplined and waiting to hear from all the candidates. We are just getting a few more votes coming in here. Is this just for single player? This is just for testing single player, yeah. This is not... Or, well... this is single player testing with multiplayer in mind. We are building this for multiplayer. But we are not going to be playing it in multiplayer. How was your trip? It was good. It was good. Mainly just hanging out with friends, did a bit of drinking. And then also played Final Fantasy VIII, a bit of a run with my friend. Which I know it's not multiplayer, but we just like handed the controller back and forth and talked about the run. A little bit of nostalgia action from the childhood. Something like this. But it looks like people like the Good Vibes build. Okay, so we will be trying out the Good Vibes build. The Good Vibes build, we're going to get to see guys running fast, too. The Good Vibes build is also a little bit similar to what the person was doing in our multiplayer game, except he sunk the scales way further, and he went Blood Surge and Blood Vengeance? Not Blood Vengeance. He went Blood Surge. He went 2 additional things. So we'll take another quick look at this and talk about in our multiplayer game the way this guy played the nation. But he didn't go for swiftness and he didn't go for awareness. And instead he went for... One thing we did like is he did get Resilience of the Earth. I don't think we have this in here. And he went for Righteous Wrath. A lot of extra attack, strength, and morale. And he went for Blood Surge, which we can't show off. But, well, we can't show it off. A bunch of extra attack and strength. So, these guys had conditional huge buffs to attack and strength. I kind of don't like that, and I kind of don't like stacking defense. He stacked 5 defense, unless we have awareness. But if we have awareness, then I kind of like blurring defense a little bit. So we're stacking up defense, and we should be pretty hard to hit and have big HP pools and to some extent be able to drag our opponents into deep water because we have low encumbrance, where more rounds of combat are going to cause them to lose more defense and attack. And this is our way in, is them encumbering out, and for our summons that have 2 attacks, them getting harassment penaltied out to lower their defense, for us to actually be able to hit them. And then we have enough hitting power. Aubrey Rix, thank you for the follow. I didn't quite catch the name. Albiorix. But we maybe play around with these guys because they're basically like cavalry and run fast, and with swiftness they have 26 combat speed. That's a vibe. So we'll see what we can cook up with this. The good vibes. I hope that good vibes did not just win because of the name. But we will random a bunch of stuff. I've been playing on large... I prefer large provinces or large maps, but if you're trying to get in and kill someone, this actually makes an enormous difference, the game size. Where I think that you have to be more combat-oriented early with 15 provinces than a large map, but... But also, I think that the large map on single player is a lot better an indicator of when you're trying to figure out how good the nation is at expoing. It's a lot... Encountering another nation is a huge confound, and it's harder to compare runs if you do like a medium-sized map. So... Can reanimate the dead. I don't even know the reanimate the dead, how good that is, but we're gonna do good vibes. Good vibes only. We maybe want to do this, though, with our good vibes. I think I'm okay with going Sloth 1 here. With the idea that I think we will be able to be a little... We'll have a little bit more income, but also... we'll have a little bit more magic resist, and maybe this makes the difference for being able to recruit out a full gamut of our Recruit Anywhere Sacreds, which I actually am kind of fond of. I'm just going to use the similar kind of settings that we had in our multiplayer game. I don't really know what's standard, but we're just going to kind of run those back. FF8's the GOAT. I love Final Fantasy VIII's like junction system. You played it more as adult. Respect the story so much more as an adult when I first played it. Yeah, we were definitely... Squall... As an adult, Squall looks way more angsty than cool, like, for most of the storyline as well, which is we were both taking note of. FF8 is the one in dire need of a remake that will never get done. I love FF8's junction system and magic system so much. How much of the time have you spent this week building a car out of biscuits? More time than you would expect. I don't think I will elaborate. Okay, so this is kind of a shit roll, no? Oh, no, wait. We have 3 things next to us. Okay, I don't know exactly what the treatment is here. I think we're going to profit this guy and scout with this guy, and then now we have the difficult decision of how we are supposed to try and expo this. 15 resources and quite a bit of recruitment points. These guys are very low on the resources. These guys are very low on the resources. What do we start with? We probably start with this shit, yeah. It's like Kailasa vibes. These guys are like actively bad for us. Okay, I think we want dudes with a helmet, man. We're just gonna get pinged in the back of the head by our own guys. So having helmets is pretty nice. And this burns all of our resources, and now... Oh God, it's like Kailas all over again. We're getting flashbacks. Oh, and we are evil. We could get these guys. What if... I haven't tried to expo in this way, but what if we actually recruit archers? And don't send out any sacreds with our first squad. But just say... these guys kind of a lot. How many recruitment points? Those guys are way more. What if we do this? A lot of the Lankas I've seen go for big bless with trash scales, either for big incarnates like quickness, fortitude, or regen, or a wide rainbow with a ton of stats and some resist. Yeah, so we're punting because we're doing neither of that. There's also a dormant blood vengeance strategy focused on the Feast of Flesh spell, which gives a ton of sacred HP per blood slaves. Oh, interesting. That would actually be more my speed. I think I'm into that. It has the best system, nobody cares because they are underutilized by the game. I also think they're kind of confusing. A little bit. We might need to I'm not exactly sure how Expo with these guys, how it feels. This is going to give us a ton of options. Here we would love to have swimming, so this is another point. Is I think swimming is really good for Expo. If you, like, just believe in what your thing do. Okay, let's do this. Do this. And do this, and... Let's fire and keep distance closest enemy. Do this, and then look at the Marcatas. Syllable of death. Guess we're just going to be doing a bunch of that because we have no sacreds. And we're saying, hey, this squad is a helmet check. If you have helmets, you beat this squad. If you don't have helmets, eat shit, pal. You're dead. Alright. Now... we have choices. I think we're going to try and accumulate these guys. And we run into the issue of not having resources before not having recruitment points. So, having less slots would maybe be the way to play this. But we don't have to go down that route. We could do this. Even do this, maybe? Okay. We're gonna repeat recruitment. I guess not be making a flanking squad. I don't know what our research priorities are. God, it feels like we only have blood. We can bark skin some people. Evocation 1 is rarely a punt. And maybe there's a world where we want personal bark skin. Let's start off with this. If we were squeezed on gold, we would also recruit 2 scouts instead of what we're doing, but it doesn't seem like we're squeezed on gold. Construction 3 for the research booster? Oh, the feather, right? Not the blood one is the one we're thinking of? Yeah, sure. That seems fine enough. Let's view this battle. I think that versus anything without a helmet, this will be incredibly effective, and if they have a helmet, this will be dog shit. As a strategy, but... How'd we do? Man, we lost 17 and a 60. Helmet check. Those guys don't have helmets, those guys don't have helmets. We're gonna have 2 options there. We're gonna have 2 options, but one of which we know is good down here. And right now we're actually squeezed on resources. Let's do this. Those guys are not good commanders. Oh, I think I'm gonna be kind of grossed out by the fact that we have to use our... This is gonna be like the best commander we have. Oh, but they're so expensive. Interesting, these are cheaper, but they're more commander recruit points. Oh, I feel squeezed on the gold. Let's do this. So maybe we should have done that initially. So the next turn we can set up for another squad. Yeah, we probably should have had our first turn not be a research guy and instead been a little bit of a thing. I assume that we took no... Just kidding. We didn't take no casualties. Wild. Okay. I'm not feeling very good about this. I wish we had swimming. Like, once we get in the game here, basically. Oof. We want to somehow afford that guy, but we obviously can't. Do we think we could just take 10 guys? Probably not. Also, was not aware we have this guy, which really changes how we look at things. I don't know if this guy's vanilla, or if he is the mod. We're gonna send this guy out right away to start searching around. Shoot, man. I like don't know what to do here. This does not feel good at all. I really want to have this squad going out next turn. There's no going out next turn though. Unless we send them out with 2 of these things. Ooh, maybe there's a world where we're actually just supposed to take better leadership on our guys. Actually, there is a world where we get a squad out next turn. It's an unfortunate world. That world is where we have 2 commanders. Yuck. They can make undead to help with expansion. You have special national ghouls. Okay, you're right. Oh, then I guess I just need to learn their expansion a little bit better. I think that guy's from Worthy of Heroes. Good night, Happy Chef. Summoning ghouls murders population. Yeah, but we did Long Dead, right? How are we doing here? Not so good. Lost a lot of mercados. Still not routing though, which is nice. There are still 20 mercados left. And we cannot expand into that. Okay, so we got a bunch of these guys. Oh, but they're amphibious. Kind of into those guys. These are undead? Well, demons are just undead. Oh, that changes things. Oh, so this guy's gonna be freaking useless. Alright, fair. I did not realize. -2 morale kind of sucks, though. Can this guy... We're out of slots. We only get the box formation. And they should be really weak into that anyway. God, this sucks. So I was thinking we move this guy here. And we link up with reinforcements. Except this guy can't lead all the troops. So I guess on the initial expo we actually like... If we need to have a regular scales guys leading the troops, we need to have these type of units. Demons and non-demons gives morale penalty? Okay, you're right. Do we have any demons in this? No, we don't. We're gonna have the penalty from multiple squads, either way. I don't know if we do okay against this, because I think we're kind of soft against archery, because we have like a bunch of no-helmet dudes that just have a bunch of defense. This certainly doesn't feel very good, but I'm pretty sure I'm not expoing optimally either. I think we do want more helmet guys if we can get them. Not too much Mercados. God, I wish we had swimming. Holy shit. I've like never seen anyone in the Dominions community talk about swimming ever. But like so much seems based on like your snowball, and if we had swimming, this would look so much better for us. Swimming allows us to cross these dotted lines where the rivers aren't frozen over. So already, if we were to change the bless, we could maybe take one less defense and swimming instead. I've just like never seen it in someone's blast, so like I assume I'm just being like weird. But on paper it just seems very strong. Our issue is this guy can't lead undead. So maybe we actually want undead leadership as well, just in the abstract. I think we leave those horse cavalries because we'll attrition a decent amount into them, and we just do this with both the squads. This feels not so good because we have the archers shooting the back of the heads of these dudes. I guess the throw stones is like sufficiently, sticks and stones is sufficiently low enough damage that these guys are probably not going to die to sticks and stones very easily. God, this is... Things would be so much different if we had swimming. Swimming is amazing on the default Illuminator map gen, but most community uses different map generator. Okay. Then maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe, why not try it? Maybe you'll rewrite the meta. If you make a lot of deviations from the meta, then your what you're doing, it's a little bit harder to verify whether what you're doing is correct or not. We're already like not taking a super hellish bless as LANKA, which is like typically the norm. Oh, it's our 3 scouts. But like for this, like just swimming would be amazing. The fuck is this? We get attacked by elves on turn 7. That's really scuffed for us. Let's watch this battle. Okay, these guys move hella fast with 28 combat speed. That's hilarious. I mean, that means they get in on the archers really fast and they like one-shot him. Who died of our squad? I mean, I don't hate that as a performance. One of them died. They're getting out ahead of everything and they're gonna eat our archer fire and theirs. God, this is so stupid. Obviously not searching that now. So it's already like not a very useful test, but... These long deads are interesting, though. Where the fuck is Vanheim's capital? Wait, what is this? I don't see the name for it anywhere. Where the hell do these guys come from? Is Queen Forest, is that Vanheim's capital? How do they swim over? We're gonna go here. I think I don't like it very much. The Vinemen, our archers do like nothing against the Vinemen. I think these guys will be really good against the Vinemen though. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, Lanka's hard. What's your bless? Something a little non-standard. Just kind of multiple sources of defense. Along with awareness to compensate for the fact that we only have 2 units per square. So we won't get harassment penalty down. Our guys don't have a lot of encumbrance, so it won't dip really very often. The ghouls aren't mindless, so they can go in the same squad as your demons. Oh, that's fair. So you're saying we're just like punting by not making ghouls instead? The thing is we're just trying to get a little bit of a handle on them. The swiftness bless is also making our sacreds get way out in front. I guess maybe not the armored sacreds. These guys are slow as hell. Combat speed's 9. So only like 2 extra speed on them. AI loves to randomly sail. Oh, so there's like Vanheim's over here. God, that sucks. That feels real dumb, man. Sail from one of the hidden tiles? Yeah. Not what we want, exactly. Not terrible, though. In terms of chaos power, I guess. Get another discovered hero. Let's get ourselves a guy who can actually command everything. Is this guy also Worthy Heroes? Man, the Worthy Heroes mod gives so much more to some nations than others. This is giving us breaking into 3. The 2 heroes that we found already are just insane site searchers and break us into 3 different magical paths, and it's not even turn 12, man. Okay, we lose some Insuras. I actually kind of like this setup. The guys throwing stones kind of get in there and, at the very least, gum up the works. Swiftness effectively is helping them to counter the fact that we don't have helmets. These naked dudes are still dying. They're the only guys who are dying. I have to look at something. But we're also not getting research, though. We could also summon these things that have multiple attacks. Right now, even. Trying to remember, in battle, is it Bloodlust that's good for demons? Okay. Giving demons increased strength. We don't really need more strength, but okay. Or, well, I mean, it's always good. I guess it's something you cast, but... I don't know if morale plays are too much in the cards. I guess he'll go the other way. But he sailed, but he also, like, the AI doesn't like decking war on you in the early game, so he's not going to actually fight us. He'll sail blind, but then he'll just sit there or run back with his troops. Aye. You hate to see it. When we do our counts for this expo, we'll just count it as being one higher if we don't take that back. And here are the ghouls we are getting. God damn it. This is such a confound when we're just like trying to actually investigate stuff out a little bit. Also, like, a human player would not do this. But it does expose, I think that what we have is actually just be really shit against what they're doing. Kind of enjoying swiftness on these fast dudes, though. Hey, maybe there's something here? Do wish we had more bless points with this. Okay. Well, we get this guy. Right, these guys are not mindless. Let's get these guys. These are mostly undead who don't have max morale. Okay, okay. They have a lot more. So we'll wind up leaving gaps for our other guys to come through. And we'll make this a double line, just so they can accept the bless a little bit better. And we'll have a go at Vanheim, I guess. I don't know if we could take out Sinos. That's kind of an interesting question, because we maybe one-shot him. Or the level of strength our guys have is maybe good for fighting Sinos, because we don't, like, berserk them and then have to suffer the berserk. I think they're just going to attack us again, and this is going to be very big sad. But still getting some reps. Yeah, they basically just have nothing here. And we say fair enough. Does anyone play Lanka? What do we feel is typical / good for Expo? I think I think this Expo is kind of scuffed from the Vanheim thing. At the very least, this doesn't feel worse than Mictlan. It feels better than Mictlan. It feels like you'd be able to get like 16 or 17 provinces with this bless, maybe. Maybe 14, 15 really consistently. And when you do good, a little bit better. Something like this. Oh, this guy could go over. I think that there's probably a strategy here that we're not also understanding. I really don't like the way that the commanders feel at the outset here. But getting free spawn really early is something. I guess the free spawn actually makes me like a little bit better a slightly hellish bless, but I think what we're still trying to do is be building forts. Us losing these things like really sucks hard. Oh, maybe we should have gone the other way. This is so much gold. Please. I'm looking for where we would want a fort. I think we want one here. We actually care about the fort resources, though. A lot of practice runs we've been doing with other nations, we don't care about the fort resources at all. So... okay, we get a battle here. These guys are continuing to attrition out. Most of the damage is coming from these main guys. I guess this is probably what you want to expo with. All other things equal. And wow, we get wrecked, apparently. But basically kill everything. Yeah, the issue here is they have a ton of defense, and we don't actually have a lot of attack. So our ability to hit these guys sucks kind of balls. These blurred up guys. But I think that we kill their backline here. We just retreat before they do. I don't know, this is supposed to be tough though, the glamored up guys. This makes things difficult. You have to like 1 in 3 or like 1 in 5 hitting something, and then it turns off the glamour. And one downside of these guys is these guys don't hit super hard, but we don't have a lot of protection, so that doesn't really matter. These guys actually do hit really hard. These guys are tremendous. when we talk about not liking our sacred that much, or them not being cost efficient, here's an example of a sacred we would much rather have if we were trying to beat enemies with the sacreds that we are getting from our capital. The Van here. 2 attacks, size 3, so that's 6 attacks a square. Really solid strength attack defense. 15 gold cheaper than kind of our premier cap-only recruit. Also does have more protection, and also has Berserk, which is going to give them +5 attack and strength at the cost of some defense. But they have Glamour to make them hard to hit, and there are Stealthy. So, Lanka is good expo, but they love getting screwed by the vanilla map gen. To be fair, yeah, we got Ubers, or like, well, I think we'd be okay with swimming. What do you mean, though? Are we just really bad into particular things, or like, not having enough option is especially punishing for us? Something like this? This is going to be a limit test. I'm pretty sure we don't beat the Bone Tribes guys, but I kind of want to see what that looks like. And we're reaching the limit of our expo anyways. We either have to go into these or these for our turn 13 check. But I guess getting a lot of these undead dudes is kind of nice. I think I just did it wrong, too. Journalists was playing the best games? Trying to. Fave Nation? Right now, we won our only multiplayer game we've played with Perrine, so kind of like Perrine. I like the flexibility. I think they have really good thugs. I like that they get to forge a lot of items for cheap. Feels like an eco nation. I like the idea of accumulating more resources and using resources to roll over the opponent, rather than like having this omni insano thing going on with regards to our bless. This is our bless, by the way. Lanka is a heat preferred nation, and vanilla map gen loves long rivers with few bridges. We were saying we wish we took swimming. Get all the archery to break glamour. True. We have pretty good archers. We're gonna rate the nation in a second here. Based on our very limited experience. I actually kind of like our recruit anywhere sacred too here. I guess we'll do this because we're fighting Vanheim. I actually think that this is kind of maybe shit relative to the Sticks and Stone guys. The Sticks and Stone guys just route so fucking easy with only 10 morale. They're kind of annoying. Maybe if we were manly men, we would use these. These actually might be okay. Actually, you know what? I'm convincing myself of some madness. These might be okay against Vanheim. We're going too deep in the tank on this one. They're much cheaper. And we'll one-shot them if we hit them with javelins. I actually really like high-strength javelin units. You'd really like Ulm? I don't like Ulm because Ulm doesn't get a lot of magic. Perrine gets a lot of magic stuff going on, and Ulm doesn't really have good chassis for the items. I think the best chassis is the Gentle. Okay, we take this down. Yeah, it's just against the province defense, and the Sacreds kind of do their job. We maybe need to come back. Here's the battle I'm kind of curious about. Looks like this actually went really well. We didn't even lose any Sacreds, just a bunch of ghoulies. Ghoulie pop squad, you know what I'm saying? I don't. And you know, these zombies get to provide a lot of coverage for like the arrows or the archers. But yeah, I mean, these guys are really killy. They also have chaos power online. Well, they get 3 attack from the 1 chaos power? Oh, because it's 3 turmoil. Maybe we're over worrying about actually being able to hit shit. We just need to be able to spread our dominion. This is maybe a reason to go Dominion 7. Chaos Power is also giving us extra defense. This is making the defense build a little bit better. Looks like we actually didn't hit our guys with our Bless. But this guy with the Bless has got the Chaos Power, the Bless, and is really freaking hard to hit. It should be a bit easier to hit now that we've attritioned some. Getting all the guys blessed up. Curious if they can take this out. I think that we also do want to save up, though. For a fort, just like in theory. This next turn's the last one I think we're playing here. And unfortunately... Oh, this went so much better than I thought it would. Okay, we bless these guys up. I was expecting the Bone Tribe guys, we're just one-shotting them, must be kind of what is happening. They're kind of spooky, but we're not seeing a lot of these guys berserk, instead we're seeing them disappear. So, yeah, it looks like we just get in. And lost an eye, yikes. But we don't have any harass penalty on the defense on a lot of these guys. Don't have a lot of fatigue because they don't have a lot of encumbrance. And with blurred, they're just really hard to hit. I kind of don't hate this bless, man. It feels a little weird, but I don't hate it. I think we kind of wish we had more points. I think I'm just not gonna really understand how many ghouls we should make without like a lot of reps on this nation. I think also we wish we had made one of these guys to search around a little bit, and the leadership just feels funny for the expo. The leader that we want like leading squads is just so ungodly expensive. Once we adjust the squads a little bit. Alright, let's peel off our last turn. I can never get a good thug game going in multiplayer. We had thugs that were killing entire armies with the Gentle. Like, if they don't have magic, what are they going to do against... if they don't have magic and the troops that they have do 15 damage, they're never going to kill something with 30 prot and regeneration. MA Asphodel's personal favorite. They may not be the best, but I really enjoy how they play. Oh, I hate the free spawn, like, death kill, like, Dominion stuff. Okay, we get cucked by this. Fair enough. That was, like, a little bit of a limit test. We don't have very many Sacreds in there. Here we do fine. We can look at the battle we lost. The other one, I think we're gonna kind of understand. Yeah, but we only have like 5 sacreds here, so it's just not enough. Yeah, he starts curling around. And they curved around. They maybe get the defense penalty, or they're maybe starting to get. Wow, even eating a wraparound, they still didn't get the penalty first round. Like, you either want really high defense, or sorry, you want really high protection or the ability to not get hit via defense. But okay, a little bit disappointing. We had to take out 2 things from Vanheim, so we probably could have had 2 or 3 higher in terms of the number of locations, and also I don't know what I'm doing with this nation, so this is not necessarily indicative of a typical performance, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? So maybe 16, 17 typically. We also have this huge-ass river. People were saying that the rivers really hurt Lanka and that you have to, like, take swimming or something. National tags gets generated close to them. Lanka has coast, mountains, and rivers, so you always get hit with something. Asphodel got uber buffed for Dom 6 unless they hit with recent nerfs. They're tier 6, tier S. Elephants are good early game. They're very good tramplers, if I remember. Yes, we don't have them though. Looks like Ghoul pop kill decreased since Dom 6. More damage to the cap pop than I expected. It only start with like 40k pop, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure I like a strategy where we're making ghouls, then. I don't know. I like just getting more growth. They're kind of nice that we can put them in the same squad, but if we're holding out for the guys who can lead undead, then it's not an issue for us to be taking the long dead. Our long dead also didn't seem that bad. Really like that they won't route, like, at all. I think you get elephants early as Lanka. You not early age Lanka. You are misremembering it, yeah. Berry Toast gets elephants. Who else gets elephants in the early age? I want to say but I know that's not right. Do you like Makone? I like the way they look on paper. I think a lot of people want to take big fat blesses, and it's like, I think big fat blesses really aren't all that great, and so Makone, you can kind of take it just a conservative bless. Let's maybe take a quick look at the Pretender. And how we might change it. Oh, looks like this is not eligible with current Dom, what? Alright. I think we would just take swimming is a change we would make. I was actually kind of digging this towards the end of it. I think swiftness, like, really makes these guys polarized in terms of their combat speed, like what the combat speed's doing for you. These guys getting up to 28 combat speed just kind of seems insane. Do you get plus flat combat speed from map move? Because we got up to 28 combat speed. I don't think our combat speed should have been that high unless we were getting +2 from the extra map move we got from larger. I mean, that would make sense to me. This is the base we have is our map move, so... These guys getting up to 28 is kind of wild, though. I really want Windwalker to be like more reasonable to take, because I love mobility. +6 map move is kind of sick. But that would also make you give you the combat speed too. I wonder if swiftness is multiplicative with that. You can get someone with like 40 combat speed. Chaos power gives combat speed? Okay. That's right, that's right. I don't know, this is probably okay. We mentioned wishing we had more points, and we mentioned wishing we had... or we were crimped on production earlier, but we can probably just recruit particular guys. And so maybe we're supposed to do this, and then we could squeeze out, we could squeeze out exactly one more blast point. Nothing much doing here. It is nice, though, for getting one more astral, I guess. And we could do this. The multiplayer map that we played our game on, swimming was really, really good. So maybe this is part of why I'm valuing swimming a lot. Alright, let's try and rate the nation a little bit here. That's kind of the goal of the stream. Is take a look through the nation, kind of try and come up with an idea of a bless for them. Play their early expo and have something. But this is very important. I want you all to listen very carefully. If you have a child and they're in the room with you and you have an open window, throw them out the window, because you do not want a child seeing spreadsheets, and that's what we're about to show. And of course, you could either be struck in the face by a spreadsheet or struck in the face by the ground beneath, you know, the window. I know which one I'd choose every time. Alright. And we wanted to rate LANKA on these several parameters we have, to try and kind of introduce them into our rankings list. Eat the child so they're spared the sheets? Exactly. This guy gets it. For Scales Expo, I think that they're kind of just the same as Kailasa. So I think we have to give them the same rating, which is, you're really not going to expand via Scales. I think their Sacred Expo seems better than Kailasa's. One of the things is, like, Perrine has, like, a hybrid expo. It feels like. These guys, it feels like you invest a lot of your gold into them. I couldn't really tell too well. We also had a somewhat heavy bless. Honestly, they seem kind of on par with Micklin, maybe slightly better. Let's put them at 4.75. And then, I don't think you would thug these guys out, but you have the Blood, Air. You can cast Personal Misform. You particularly have to high roll really hard on the right mages. I think we're going to give it a 1.75. Something like this. If you guys feel like I'm getting a rating horribly wrong, feel free to let me know. So, for the Sacreds, I think that their cap Sacreds are not all that great. But their Recruit Anywhere Sacreds are pretty solid. I think their cap Sacreds are not all that great because I think they're overcosted. I think you pay a lot for what you get. The chassis, I guess, kind of okay. I really hate the lack of a helmet for such an expensive unit. They do go to a lot of stats in Turmoil. The big thing is that they feel... Yeah, they feel expensive and are size 5, so they don't get very much unit coverage. They have, like, the halfway of the issue that I think the bigger giants, like Niflheim and this type of thing, have, which is that, like, the attack density is poor. Where's the Vic 3 content, bro? I thought about playing Vic 3 today, I almost did. I want to get kind of at least one Dominion stream a week as I try and complete this spreadsheet a little bit. But Vic 3 might do a run after the stream today. And tomorrow is kind of what I was thinking, is maybe an option. Okay. Before the EU5 patch comes out. I don't think I'm going to do any more EU5 content before they drop the beta, because the beta is just going to be different. Maybe I'm underrating these guys, but honestly they seem a little bit better than like Niflheim's Sacreds. I rated those real high though. I think that's maybe a little bit too high. See, the thing is like, you can construct a strategy kind of around this type of sacred. It's, like, expensive enough. Like, Mictlan, the Ego Warriors from Mictlan are really, really ridiculously cost efficient. But you couldn't construct a strategy around them solo bolo. I think we'll give them the same score as Mictlan. What do we think of their mages in terms of receiving bless? I think you're probably somewhere around Yomi. In terms of benefiting from it. If you're just like adding a bunch of stats on them though, typically that's not going to scale hyper well. Yeah, we'll give it the same score as Yomi. I don't... Now, their Anywhere Sacreds... Their Anywhere Sacreds, I think, are alright. I don't think they're as good as Jags. We're talking about these guys here. Mainly because they're expensive. Oh, these guys are size 3. I didn't even notice that. Oh, that changes everything. They're still expensive. They're still way more expensive than Jags. Wow, they're size 3? Wait, what? No. They're not size 3. They're not size 3. You're lying to me. This is the Dominion's 5 look. Before the sizes were changed. And these guys are... they're not size 3. Are they really size 3? Am I just... Am I not thinking with my dipstick, Jimmy? No, they're size 4. Size 4. If they were size 3, I would think that they, like, these things are probably better than Jaguar Warriors, actually. It's crazy how that little thing makes such a difference. But okay, I still think they're pretty good. We didn't really get to ramp up and use them too much. Maybe 4.75? I do think Kailasa's Sacred's probably a little bit better. Maybe we give these guys 5s? And they also have a ton of summons of Sacreds, and I actually really like the look of their summon that is really accessible. These two, though. But just getting up to 2 attacks. The Rock Shasa. You get a little bit of, actually Chaos Power, and Chaos Power and Larger alone is getting these up to 25 base damage. These just seem solid. The issue is protection. But I think eventually you're going to get to the point where you're just getting enormous amounts of these guys. So... we're also thinking about some of these uber huge tools as well. Do we think these guys are better than Mifflin? No, right? They also have... They have these crazy assassins. They have these crazy huge guys that I think we can elevate with astral magic into like an actual thug that takes items. They're not gonna have with like over 100 life. And the Chaos Power is gonna really kick them up to incredibly high stats. We have this guy too, but thought that the Plague Bow was kind of expensive. We have this guy, but we lamented the lack of helmet. But with the helmet, these guys would be, you know, 5 of these guys for 21 mages seems, or 21 blood sisters seems not so bad. I do think for all of this, you're really vulnerable to stuff that's good against Sacreds and Demons, though, just in general. You're getting to do a pretty strong thing, though. Do we think this is as good as Shikome? Maybe. Comparing stuff is hard, but that's one of the advantages of what we're doing. Because we gave this a pretty good rating too. But here you're getting like 10 versus here you're getting like mage turn wise the Shikome. I mean, this is cheaper in terms of gems, but more expensive in terms of mage turns. Also, this comes with Tri-Res and Berserker. Yeah, the Shikome just seems better. These do have Chaos Power, though. The Shikome doesn't. No Berserker, but way higher damage, just base. Gonna get much worse attack density with these guys, though. I think we actually might downgrade Yomi to a 6 and put these guys in at a 7. Demon is a real downside. Alright, they're Scales troops. We're gonna give them the same score as Kailasa, which is that these suck balls. I think they might be better in the context of the nation, though, than Kailasa is. But we're gonna say those are real bad. And then Dom Spawn, we're gonna... We can Dominion... It's only in Dominion that we could summon guys, right? That we have the Dominion... free spawn. I'm not sure this is, like, insane, though. It's not like a lot of the other free spawns, but... The Reanimator Priest. And we're, like, kind of comparing to the free spawn of Yomi. This type of thing. But I don't think we want to count this as an eco bonus, which would be the other way we would count it. I think we'll just give a very modest score of a 1, just because the category is kind of tough. This has a really high weight. The minion spawning stuff we just think is really strong in general. And Yomi, I think, gets a lot more for its investment. Okay, so Cap Mages was actually pretty into the Cap Mages of Lanka. I thought we were getting some good choices and paths. Happy to see high air. Can roll particularly high death, but rolling 2 death opens up some strategies for us, and then we get a wide space for community leaders, so we can cast some pretty high level stuff in a few different paths of magic. I guess it's just kind of 3, so we don't necessarily have huge coverage. I think I like Parine's Cat Mages a lot better, but these guys seem flexible in terms of the chassis. I think we could thug them if we want, especially because they have chaos power. But as you say, Demon is kind of a negative trait. Guess we'll score it as a 4. Our rankings here look kind of wonky though. Like a little bit too tight maybe. Off-cut mages, I think that we're... They just seem kind of underwhelming. This guy's kind of okay, a little bit expensive. Gets more research points. Let's do Sabbath, but like, you're not getting like more flexibility from these guys. You're not getting a ton of different paths of magic. Really do like this guy though. You have a little bit more flexibility than Kailasa. Kailasa has like overall more power level. Maybe it's about the same as Kailasa. Yeah, I think I'd bite with that. Commanders. The commanders felt a little bit awkward, but you do get up to a 150 guy. So maybe it belongs with this guy. He can't lead magic troops. So maybe like rank 3. You have a decent commander, but it can't lead magic troops. The magic troop guy kind of just had some awkward situations. 3, I think, is probably okay. No, like, special traits. No one leading 200 plus, this type of thing. For priests, you had a few level 2 priest guys. You can Sabbath up as well. Probably 3.5 for the score. They deserve higher than Niflheim. Niflheim has more expensive priests. And you have a few things that are 2. You don't really have just a mono priest option though. You have to get priest mages. I think we'll maybe be okay with a 3.5 for their priest ranking. 4 thugs. This one's awkward as hell because I think you can thug out this guy. Them being And they can cloud trapeze. You get access to a few different paths. If you get some of your randoms, you can do interesting things maybe. Like personal regeneration. Hard to random up to Death 3, but you can still cast Death 3 stuff with a gem. Was it like Summon Hell Power? It gives you a ton of stats. Probably these guys do work in a pinch. And they need a helmet, but they come with other protection. If you wanted to play them like this. They at least seem a little bit better than Kailasa. I don't know if I think they're better than Sauromatia, though. Probably. Alright. Like, I think Niflheim's Giants will just make much better thugs. Okay, for research, we had a pretty strong, robust research monkey. It wasn't as good as Mictlan's, though. Very similar is the LANKA guy. The difference is that this chassis just costs more. That's quite a bit more. Maybe we throw him down at a 5.5. Yomi has a really efficient researcher too, and I can't remember what its stats look like, but maybe we just take a look at what we have under Yomi. And, the Shugo. Those things, the mod inspector doesn't properly represent the gold values. So, we're gonna take a look here. This seems way better. Why do we have, I feel like I'm missing something. Was it these guys make good researchers? They're cheaper. Can't be recruited outside of forts. I don't know why we have Yomi's ranking so high. Mictlan's a lot more efficient. Okay, I'm gonna go with 5.5. I think pulling their guys into combat, they're pretty good because they can just run in Sabbats. I think they're worse than Mictlan just because they're like less cost efficient. I guess they're probably actually better in battle though. We'll give them a similar score. Actually, no, they have other like. We'll give them a similar score. Okay, time for magical paths. For fire, we have to take a look at heroes. We're rating them based on base game heroes. Wow, that's insane. The mod we have gives so much to them in heroes. This is the only base game hero? What? The hero was giving so much magical access. That seems like such a big deal. Okay. But we have no access to... Let's start with what we have no access to. We have no access to fire, water, earth, astral... glamour, and crosspath we're just rating at 0 because I don't know how to handle that yet. We have cap only mages that can go up to air 3 sometimes. like 1 and 4, which is kind of nice. In theory, we can hit air 5. I think maybe we give him like a 3.5 here. So you think we'll get a beta for Happy Wednesday? I think that that's probable, but especially because they delayed last week, I would expect end of week. Normally, but since they already delayed it a week, I would expect them to just be like, hey, we're gonna be doing our... It would be nice to do patch notes on Wednesday and do the release on Wednesday, but it also just depends. I would say Wednesday's the most probable, but then Tuesday's the least probable. Like, Wednesday's the most probable, then Friday, then Thursday, then Tuesday. For Death, I don't think we had access to Death 3 unless we had to roll up into Death 3. But we can roll it. Oh, it's really rare, so maybe 2 or 3. 2.5 for the Death access. We have like some ability to roll too, but even we don't have anything that's base 2 even in terms of the access. For nature, we do have the Yogini, off cap, nature 2. So pretty solid. We also have these guys who can roll, who get a double roll. In fact, actually, these guys' double rolls kind of allows us to get Death a little bit better. Maybe we'll up Death slightly. But still, we have to roll through several different things. So maybe make this 2.75. Can maybe go 3.5. Something like this. Or remote tomorrow. I'm remote tomorrow, so slacking off watching a Marathon 1.3 stream would be nice. We'll see. Yeah, I'll probably try and stream 10 hours when it comes out. For Blood, we seem better situated than Niflheim. Our Blood Slave Searchers seem really good. I'm thinking like a 6.5 here. But maybe that's even too low. We could Sabbath up the high stuff. Let's put in 6.5. Okay. Now for gold economy. There was no bonuses I could think of. I think they had normal forts, right? Standard forts. And we're not gonna... We already counted the free spawn you get from the priests in free spawn section, so we're gonna do this. Gem economy. I don't think they had any bonuses to gem economy that we could think of. So, blood eco. Do they just have the second best blood eco? They can free spawn guys who can patrol with their mages in the form of undead. And I think the guys that you use for blood hunting, they have the second cheapest. I think if their blood eco is the second best, then they get the 7. They're after Mictlin. I think their national spells overall seem actually really strong. A lot of summons, a lot of different gems that get used here. Oh, just kidding. A lot of summons, most of the things are using blood. Although people were saying like Aussies are better. It's not close. So, and we don't have any global national spells, so I guess we probably have to put them maybe at around 5.5, kind of in the same scrum as Kailas and Yomi. Kailas has got a lot of variety. We will see, indeed we will. National items, I don't think we have one. Oh, headdress of the bull. Do like this item in general for guys that don't have helmets, and we have guys that don't have helmets. Oh wow. This makes the reanimation way more efficient. This is actually kind of nice. We didn't get to play too much with this, but... Things I've learned from Johan today: negative stab significantly increases how likely your pops are to leave as mercs, become mercs. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, currently there's like, enough punishment for negative stab. It's just that there's not much benefit to positive stab. Oh, it's so hard for me to quantify how good I think this is, though. But this makes... Animate Dead was only giving us like 2 or 3. This basically doubles it. Wow. I think we need 2 changes then. I think we need to put the free spawn, Dom spawn up to 1.5. And... I mean, I think this is better than Perrine's stuff. Not way better. I think Tianchi might have the best national items. We'll go with that. For national summons, kind of super into it. I think we'll go 7. For Scout, Spy, Stealth, we have a summonable, very, very good Assassin. The only thing, we don't have a Spy, but we have the summonable Assassin with 2 attacks. Seems just like an incredible chassis for this. Also has Dark Power. I didn't even notice Dark Power the first time, but Dark Power, Chaos Power. But he's just going to come in like swinging like crazy, just in not even need equipment, and the summon's like not even expensive. It is a little bit late. So we have that. We also have 25 cost Scout. And we have this guy who is stealthy and can lead stealthy troops. I think we even have more stealthy summonable commanders. Or sorry, troops. And we also have, like, the spammable troops. But we don't have a Spy. We don't have it all. I think I'm inclined to give, like, 5.5 here. I don't really have a good basis of comparison. We'll give 6, actually, if one of our commanders, if one of these is stealthy. in her other form. And she is... Can we use this effectively for anything? I don't know how valuable her being stealthy is, though. Does have leadership, though. Okay. We'll give 5.75. Free spawn. I mean, I think the ghouls and stuff are better than, like, the slaves that these guys get, or the Mouflin. Not the most mage turn efficient. I think we'll go 4.5. Mobility, we have Cloud Trapeze. Probably a little bit less mobility than Perrine, though. Don't have absolutely huge map move. Don't have someone who's flying around. Do have Cloud Trapeze. Do have the ambulance outside, that's true. Maybe similar to Kailasa? Yeah, we'll give him a 2. Tender build. Moving on in the world. Hope he makes it. Me too. Pour one out for the homie. How flexible is this? Well, I kind of think they're flexible. I think you, like, want to take Turmoil, and then you want to take Luck. Actually, you know what? I like their Sacreds, but I don't think they bless very well. Which makes all of this really awkward. Like, I like the base values on their Sacreds, but I don't like the force multiplier of blesses. Drinking stream when? Drinking stream just kind of seems like a bad idea. I also have to check the YouTube TOS. I think YouTube doesn't like it. I'd have to check around in this type of thing. I think these guys are pretty flexible. But we're seeing them most of the time be built the Hellblessy. I think they're more flexible than Mictlan. Probably. I think late game with Blood, they just like have to be up there. And this I'm a little bit less sure on in terms of early game and mid game. They honestly just kind of seem solid in both. I just want to say 4 on both. Lack of helmets is hella annoying in Expo, but you have the helmet guys. There's kind of like, there's like a cost efficiency issue with a lot of their Sacreds. I think also they might just kind of struggle from a magic access perspective in vanilla. The mod just giving them 3 extra paths to break into off of 2 heroes is insane to me. The worthy heroes, like, that seems hella unbalanced relative to like what Perrine gets. Perrine just gets like 1 guy who gives you +1 to like water access that you would normally not be able to get. I don't know, like a lot of it just like a lot of it seems solid but overcosted. I like am struggling to I don't think you look like food, though, with Lanka. But you, like, you suffer an issue of... Your troops are a lot stronger in your territory than enemy territory. Via Dominion. I think Sarmatia you can bless up and be spookier, and like construct something to be spookier. Niflheim kind of... I want to put him just under Niflheim, but I want to put him more ahead of Mictlan. I guess Niflheim actually just has some issues. Maybe they belong around there. We'll put him at 4. Mid-game, I actually really don't like that they have limited magic access. Let's put a note, because I'm not going to understand why I'm doing this. But I think that they don't get to leverage, like, gem income very well, probably. And we didn't get to, like, play through a mid-game, but I think I actually would not like that too much. But overall, like, if you look at the 3 of these things combined, with their weights, the 4, 3, 6.8 is just a really high score. I guess we're rating Sarmatia better, though. Maybe that's not appropriate. I don't have any miscellaneous stuff we want to put in. Still thinking of doing an Italian minor run for 1.3 release? Yes. Unrest counts for chaos power, so you can cast unrest rituals on the enemy to gain chaos power. Interesting. We'll up this a little bit then. I still think that your limited path access is an issue. A little bit. I think that they have less magical paths. Like than kind of a typical nation in EA. So we're looking at like this figure here, basically. I mean, I guess it's not awful. You're missing 4. Wait, where was Lanka's glamour access? Am I stupid? Don't answer that, chat. What? Alright, we gotta edit some numbers. Confirmed. Eyes confirmed, chat approved. Generalist is in fact a dum-dum. I think then we actually are kind of into their mid-game. And we'll give them a score of like 2.5 or 3 for glamour. Let's do 2.5 because it's only on. Technically, you can roll all the way up to 3 though. Let's do this. Single player score with all that said and done, coming in hot, a little bit behind Mictlan. But they're not going to have as bad of a multiplayer adjustment as Mictlan. Too handsome to be stupid. Sounds like a reverse Halo effect. I wish I could comment on what you're talking about, but this is basically Mandarin to me. It's all Greek to me. I do appreciate the support. A lot of your diversity is locked to cap mages, so it can be tricky. If you have a pretender that can summon gnomes, blue caps for Earth access, diversity gets a lot better. Yeah. That's kind of... I'm still into trying to get glamour on the pretender a little bit here. But you can, with just the cap mages, you can at least start generating the income, right? So you can put yourself in a position where you are accumulating gems reasonably well. You just, like, maybe can't capitalize on it. Big true. True if big. Confirmed. How vulnerable do we think they are? I think they're harder to kick in the teeth than Mictlan early on, but we have a lot of the demon stuff, right? And so maybe they actually have a similar vulnerability level. Oh, give them a 2.5. I think that they're not quite as spooky. Like, when I hear Lanka mentioned, it's not, like, not mentioned within the context of we gotta dogpile them in the same way that Mictlan is. And this is a cultural thing, and I might not have my finger on the pulse, but we're gonna do that. And then we also have our results. Performance. Low weight on this. We added this since our last stream. But we are giving 1 point for the win. And this is giving... oh, these we can't give that much. So what we're doing is, for all your win percentage, when you play in a game, if you have a 100% win rate, we're giving 8 points. And same for top 3, and then a negative factor for being in bottom 3. Actually, the top 3 and the bottom 3, we can assume that these are just a wash for... yeah. For the nations we don't have any results on, because we do need all the numbers populated in order to get an outcome. And here I think what we're going to do is we're just going to assume that nations where we don't have a score on it, that they just have a 12.5% win rate. Which there's not a very good reason to assume that, but we need to do that in order to populate ourselves. But we know that in all the games we played that Lanka's appeared, Lanka never wins. Which, okay. Currently, there's only one person who gets the bump for that, and that's Perrine. But with all that done, we have Lanka here with a score of 3.19. I regret that we'll never see Prussia form. Never, ever. I don't like playing in the HRE. That felt like we were just, like, hard-bricked, and I was just, like, talking with chat for, like, most of that run. Rather than actually accomplishing stuff. I guess on Wednesday maybe we could stream that if the patch hasn't dropped yet. But we could also stream Vic 3. The HRE is annoying. Yeah, playing the HRE, it feels like the only thing there is to do is fight, and then you can't fight. You need to start as Austria or Bohemia and do a true HRE run. Austria I don't mind as much, because Austria you get to play around more with like Italy and Hungary and this type of stuff. Just Brandenburg felt a little bit rough. It felt like we weren't strong enough to fight Poland. We were beating up Denmark, but the Expo to the north isn't that good, and then like... Okay, technically speaking, I actually think we should have done stuff like that's like silly business, like Expo into Granada or whatever, but I didn't really want to get too silly with it. It's more that you can start passing reforms early and get into the HRE gameplay. Yeah, this is another factor. I don't know, any resident Dominion 6 players have an opinion on this ranking. So we have the single player column where if you're playing against the AI, where we think that as a Blood Nation, single player will tend to overperform relative to in practice or scaling nations. And then we have a multiplayer adjustment score that will pull the score up or down. But I think that we maybe need to rethink how we're thinking of these multiplayer ones, because the way that I'm conceiving of these vulnerability and spookiness things, it like makes the Elf Nation score super high, but I think people like try and insulate themselves against the Elf Nations, the like really early game nations. You started so close to Reformation that your imperial authority is nuked, plus the income and manpower for imperial reforms is crazy strong enough to let you fight France. I have no opinion, I'm bad at the game. Womp womp. Father Loris, though, in the chat, in the mix. Welcome, welcome. Do you play Dominions, Loris? Or should I call you Father? But welcome, welcome. We're kind of wrapping up, though. I don't know how I feel about this rating. I think populating the entire thing is kind of what we want to do, though. So it's at the very least we're one step closer to the edge, and we're about to break. I do think that... Oh, there's a lot of nuance that we're just kind of breezing past. You do play it? Okay, okay. You play by email? You don't use like one of the server programs? I guess if you want to do a small thing with your friends, email makes more sense. That's very cool. I don't know if you know, but we are posting an entire run of the first multiplayer game that I played. And we did that as Perrine. And ended up doing pretty well. We ended up winning that game. 11 players. I've been in chat for a while, just hanging out. Okay, okay. But I mean, I have this high on the multiplayer rating. I think that part of the multiplayer rating includes whether or not... Yeah, it includes the fact that we have Perrine as having won a game. And they are the only nation we have with a winning a game adjustment, so that's really kind of pulling this up. Otherwise, Sarmatia would be a lot closer to Perrine, and we'd have Niflheim and Lanka a lot closer. We're seeing people not really think much of Niflheim, but honestly, Niflheim seems pretty okay to me. Without doing like a full multiplayer game, though, it feels so hard to rate any of these nations accurately. But was kind of playing around with Niflheim a little bit more. And I think we went around with this. Just taking a look at this. Kind of liked it. It's kind of into it. Yomi's rating feels low only because there's a specific meta blast that is very strong. When we were doing the Yomi ratings, I wanted to put more points onto Yomi. for some of the things that they had, but got pushed back. But I think that we give them a pretty high score for summons. And then we give them some points for Dom spawn. But the thing is like, their power spike is earlier than Mictlan. And people wanted a sharper delineation between a Mictlan score with Ocelotls and Yomi. And I think that Yomi's game plan is like harder to disrupt than Mictlan's. Or sorry, easy, yeah, because they just get it earlier. So maybe the vulnerability should be lower. The fact that they have demons is a bit of an issue, but maybe we need to actually like push this up a little bit. If we push this up, I think that we were kind of tying Lanka into being like similar, because Lanka's also a demon, so maybe this is kind of where the adjustment would be made. We do have points for free spawn, and we do have a really high score for national summons. So if there's anything that is like underscored here specifically for like Yomi, or the thing is the weights might not be high enough, maybe summonable sacreds need to be just higher rated in terms of how much weight we give them. Chat highlights include saying MA Asphodel was my favorite and being wrong about elephants. Wait, was that you and I just missed that it said Father Loris before? No, not like this. I'm so sorry, Loris, that I didn't like... the name didn't process. I apologize. Popkill nations have a bit of an edge in multiplayer because your land becomes so worthless you're less of a target in your experience. That's true. When we do Atlantis, I probably should record them as low vulnerability as a consequence. I think being underground makes you less vulnerable too. Like, boy, like, we gave a high ranking for vulnerability for, like, Niflheim. Some of these things, like, I just might not be, like, thinking through too much, though, because Giants are vulnerable to some stuff, but boy, after Expo, like, people won't have the magic to deal with you yet. Mictlan gets killed early game, but if they survive, they're a menace. Yeah, I think that, like, there should almost be a culture score where, like... just being the big spooky guy for Mictlan, like, cucks him super hard. To the extent that, like, there's a lot of value in being the least, not being the spookiest person in your lobby. So, like, being the second spookiest nation in the lobby is almost ideal. Where if there's a Mictlan player, then you're like, oh, I get to play Lanka now, right? Or if there's an Ubar player, then you're like, oh, I get to play Mictlan now, right? But also, like... there's, like, overstated, like, ways that people evaluate stuff where they're like, oh, you always kill, like, this player if someone picks this. And that, like, I think people have a tendency to over-adjust on that type of thing. So people probably overkill Mictlan early. Putting my law school education to work and confidently making statements despite having no idea whether the position's right. That's the way to do it. Being confident is like 9/10 of winning arguments, which I hate, but it is what it is. It's pretty hard to fight Daoni early on too, is it? I don't have a reference point for that. We'll bump him up a little bit then. Niflheim gutted, but still super solid. Some stuff I was reading, like, or looking at other people's rankings, they had, like, Niflheim terrible. And I just, like, didn't see it. I think, like, the thing is, Niflheim scales really poorly, but... and they're really gold hungry. I think that you actually don't get a lot out of your bless as Niflheim. And you're just supposed to go something, like, a little bit scalesy and just do well early on and use that and leverage that. What do we put as them? Yeah, so this was reflected in our ratings for, like, periods of the game they're strong. Early game we had a 4. Maybe it should even be higher early game. Mid game 5, and then late game 2.5. We're thinking of like, and this is even with both Blood and Astral and Turbo Communions. Maybe this is even too low. Because you do have some of the scaling stuff. You don't have like a lot of the unique summons or any special summons that are particularly strong. I mean, knee-jerk, I think Sauramacia is better than Yomi in multiplayer, but I don't have a good sample size. Agreed on the summonable sacreds being important if they are decent. It really alters how effective your bless can be in game. Yeah, I think that LANKA having them early also like this is something that people in chat. I think there's a decent chance people in chat are leading me astray here with the perspective that Mictlan. Just the Ocelotls are so good that they just whatever the score is for summons, LANKA has to, or sorry, Mictlan has to have the best one. Because the Ocelotls might be better units, but having to wait for Blood 4 and then Blood 8 to get your really good Ocelotl spam, that has a cost. Like LANKA having that Blood 1 spell is very intriguing. And that means that you have a certain flexibility to power spike earlier. Or not power spike earlier, but like you can leverage your resources into sacred units earlier than Mictlan can. Chat trolling? I can't imagine that. Chat forever trolling. Voice trolling. Oh, I was on the wrong thing. We were meant to be here. But, like, I feel there's a reasonable argument that both LANKA and Yomi have better summons than Mictlan. Not by virtue of, like, the unit that they summon being a better unit at a better rate, but by them just having a bigger portion of the game that they can do useful things with the summons. Spreadsheet, I let my guard down. Not like this. Ganas are also really good early game summons for LANKA. Yeah, those units seemed like they had a really good rate, like, were a decent rate. Mictlan does have, like, the summon Jags, like, where you summon, like, 25 Jags for 20 gems, which is, like, seems like a fantastic panic button that you maybe click only once in the game, but that seems, like, kind of, okay, but, yeah, like, the Ganas, like, people aren't going to have tools for dealing with that early necessarily. So have you been playing anything other than EU5 and Dom 6 recently? Well, over the weekend I played a ton of Final Fantasy VIII. But no, not so much. I'm going to schedule the next expansion for, at some point in time, I'm going to schedule the next expansion for Stellaris as a stream. And then I'm also going to schedule Songs of Six, I think. I'm going to try and play a little bit more variety, because, well, first, I think that people in general don't like Dominions that much. And I've been enjoying playing Dominions, but okay. But also just to like reduce burnout, because I'm this is like a lot to unpack and a lot of things going on, but like this entire project of doing content for video games on the internet, I earn less than minimum wage, but I get to play video games doing it. So to some extent, I have to be enjoying what I'm doing, and, like, I get a little bit burnt out on, or I have gotten burnt out on, like, Vic 3 quite a bit, and I'm getting burnt out on EU5. One of the things that's a struggle for EU5, it's actually really frustrating to spend a long time doing, like, a spreadsheet or, like, big analysis, and then it immediately get nerfed afterwards. And EU5's pace of nerfs / buffs in general is really, really fast, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but the second something looks meta, they like to bop it. And that makes doing tutorials for the game less fun. Because it feels like you're playing whack-a-mole a little bit and trying to find these interesting emergent gameplay things where the play pattern just immediately gets bopped afterwards is like, it feels kind of bad. I've been back to Stellaris in a run and a few expansions. I do enjoy that game. I have fun every time I play Stellaris. It feels like I'm not very good at it. I am also not very good at it. Song 6 is a banger. Yeah, and they have a new expansion coming out soon. Dominion's content is tough to watch. It is, you're missing so much context and, like, visually, like, it sucks. But yeah. I appreciate you making content about the things you are passionate about and enjoy. People don't appreciate art anymore. Well, I really like Dominions. I think that Dominions, you need, like, to almost cast Blitz games is, like, the only form of content that seems even remotely reasonable, like, for showing people the game, because you need things to happen at a different sort of pace, and you need to also explain what's going on, and so having people do the mundanity of taking their turns, and then you can just be like, I need to look up if there's, like, a system for doing, like, casting in general for this game, but here's, like, our Niflheim game. I wonder if we have a big battle. We do have a big battle. We have a battle we lost. Womp womp. And, like, if most of what you were doing is showing battles and talking about units and talking about builds and stuff and explaining stuff to people, this could be good, but a lot of time is spent actually, like, scripting units and building units. So we have some guys coming in the backline. These summons, I do think it is Nature Water. Do get in here. If they kill any of the, you know, kind of commanders here, this is going to be bad for Niflheim. And it does look like they're getting some damage down. Niflheim does have a Regeneration Bless, so their Sacreds should be able to kind of tolerate that a little bit more, but it does look like these Elk are looping around. So even though you have these really, really tanky, big, fat, Sacred Giants, you have a very significant issue in that you don't have enough coverage. But, okay, some of these Giants are filling the gaps. They are poisoned, but they are kind of catching off the Elk. Does look like maybe an issue of too many units. Yeah, one of the Giants goes down. You know, something like this. But the problem is a lot of the game is, like, logistics. Like, in terms of what you're doing. And it's not as much watching the battles. And so if you had a group of, like, 10 people playing and you were picking and choosing which battles and which wars and this type of thing to focus on, I don't even know if there's a spectator mode, so I don't even know if you could cast Dominions, but another problem is the time control is a day. This is awful for making content about something, from a variety of reasons. Like, when you're playing the time controls a day, you forget what it is you said before, and what the main threads are, and, like, all this type of thing, and to have to go back over what you've said before and this type of thing would just compound the enormous amount of time it takes to take a turn with a daytime control, because you have to be really careful because other people are being really careful, and then you have to not only take your turn, explain everything that you said, but also, like, you're delivering, like, a bunch of, like, small details, and the, like, a content that focuses mainly on the battles, I think, in the map can really, like, you're missing a lot of gaps with what's going on in the map for most of the game when you're playing single player, so that also maybe won't cast that well as well. But there's an omniscience mod for casting? Okay. So maybe I have to try and figure that out. It does make some content easier. New tier lists on goods, new tier lists on gov reforms. Yeah, but just spamming tier lists over and over is kind of, well, I think that's maybe a bit of a lazy thing to do, but maybe it's what I should do. How do these guys get in the back line? Through the giants. I don't even know, but they're killing our back line, so okay, our back line dies. And then we lose to Rus here. But maybe I just need to talk to the Dom community. One of the problems is I'm not good enough at Dominions, I think, to really cast it that well, or be like an expert to be like, to explain why people are doing certain things. But maybe that's not an issue, and chat could help me understand. I would have to organize Dominions things for casting, but in terms of like just how this game is, if you want to make this game accessible and fun to watch, I think that's like the only way to do it. Watching one person's POV in like a real-time blitz, I think there's too much density of like logistics. The logistics stuff is repetitive. There's a lot of repetitive stuff. Watching an edited version has the problem of the one-day time control. What you really need is you need a probably a multi-episodic blitz where you have like 10 turns the first week, and then the next week is 8 turns, and the time control for each week changes so that the total segment is like 4 to 5 hours, or maybe 3 to 5 hours, and you try and do an entire run in like 4 weeks, like streaming 1 day a week for that. Maybe 8 weeks. In which case you could use the Cataclysm mode, because you know how many turns, roughly speaking, you're going to get through. But, yeah. At least 2 value lock government reforms for each value warrants a discussion, both reforms and values. Yeah. Lanka's summons are amazing. Oh, we've been on... Oh my god, I feel so stupid, dude. I was just showing a battle. God damn it. Of course, like, I'm trying to cast the battle while you guys can't even see it. I mean, here's the battle we just talked about. We made this mistake twice in the wrong direction, but we were talking about these guys jump in the back line, and then, okay, we have 2 rows of giants, one of Scales giants who are throwing their javelins right now, and then one of the Sacred giants who are just giant meat shields, but the problem is they're not going to have enough coverage. And so we're going to get a wrap around here. We get it coming in from the Moose. The Scales troops are scripted to attack closest, while these are scripted to attack rear. So the intention is definitely for the Scales troops to pick up flanks onto the rear. But unfortunately, we have these guys starting to loop through. These guys are on attack rear. And with the Scales troops pulled to fight the Moose, they do not get in on the Russian warriors who can get in onto the leadership here. So this is one of the problems of the Giants, is that they provide very poor square saturation. And this is a square saturation issue because there's plenty of combat power still here, but it needs to be better located. We almost need a loop around the commander here, but the Russian warriors, they're not going to trade 1-for-1 very effectively against these Goddess Girls, but there's not a lot of these guys left. They don't have very good attack density, so any type of kills they are going to do are going to be slow. And we see a death of a commander by a shapeshifter, or rather a run of the commander, and then the rest of the Giants will rout. It looks like just probably pound for pound they're going to lose anyways, but the spectator mod for Dominions doesn't get to see any of the diplomacy between players, which is kind of lame. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could send a rule that you let people know when naps are or this type of thing. You try and make it a little bit better for spectating. But showing primarily battles and showing border changes and macro alongside this, as well as talking through units and advantages and this type of stuff, as we were saying, would be good for casting. But we were saying it into the spreadsheet. But then someone had a point about the spreadsheet. To circle back, that Lankas are amazing, Aussies are game warping. I had a game where Rump Stage Gibaldo diploed himself out of getting eaten in the mid game, and the Aussie power spiked himself in the top 3. Yeah. So, but the thing is when you don't have the summons early, that just increases the that increases the odds that you get rump stated in the first place. And if you get rump stated, right, even if you start being able to win battles, you have so many different things that are going to be rough for you, right? You're going to have like less research in a bunch of the other paths, other than like blood, I guess. You're gonna have less scouting. Also, no points for top 3. Right, you gotta win. Which means if someone is doing really well, by the time you hit a power spike, you will then have to fight like the strongest person, because it's gonna be coalition time. This is the joy of Total War. You actually have to be involved in the battles unless it's a blowout. Well, you definitely are really involved in like the scripting and stuff, and then you get to skip over a bunch of like unimportant battles. I guess I would need to take a look at the spectator mod. Maybe there's something there for Dominions. But I think what we have kind of what we wanted to do today, which was rating Lanka. A very low confidence in terms of our ratings, because we just kind of gave them a look over, designed a pretender, played the first year, and tried to think through this, did consult chat a little bit, but I think I think in general, I think Lanka's one of the stronger nations. I think that I see a lot of like super Hellblesses. Maybe I just need to be on the receiving end of someone attacking me with like an Uber Hellbless to like really fully appreciate it. It seems like when I take like these really insane blesses, my feeling is that generally speaking, we don't get to take anywhere near as many. We don't get as many troops. So having troops that are like 30% better, but having like only minus 20% of their numbers, it's a wash. And I think that it seems to me that people overvalue like how many units you have, or how good the units are, rather than like the entire consideration of like how many units you can field as well. And some things just kind of get undervalued. And with Lanka specifically, I don't think that they have like an insane rate unit. I think if you have a bless, you're like gonna use it, and it is recruit anywhere. So this means that you have the advantage of being able to get more everywhere. But like you have to be in a position where you, in order to utilize this, you have to be in a position where you're building multiple forts. And when I take like uber hellish like scales, I don't get to building multiple forts very quickly, right? You know, if I'm tanking the cold scales all the way, the thing is income, you have margin. If you have 1,000 of income and then you have 400 on your maintenance, you're only accumulating 600 gold a turn. If this gold is going towards recruiting units, and you're using 500 of it, that means you only accumulate 100 gold a turn for the purposes of building infrastructure, for the purposes of getting to building more units. And so having higher income by increasing your margin with the same amount of territory dramatically increases the number of units you can build. And then eventually, as you build more units, your maintenance gets higher and higher until you can't build more maintenance. But it increases the amount of units, total units you can have by a lot. It increases the rate at which you transition from an economy that is troop-oriented to an economy that is more mage-oriented. Like, having additional margin. And it's not giving you, like... Having minus 14%, if you are already paying, like, 50% of your income as maintenance, which is a really pretty large percentage, it's really like getting minus 20%, 28% income. So already this, like, we have the lowered income here, but... Okay, I think that these are kind of the more efficient scales to throw, but, like, you should never throw growth. Plus chat lies to you, YouTube in particular. The sequential blitz idea with public diplo and omniscience seems interesting. Yeah, the Hellblast Lanka plan is to lean really heavily on blood summons and free spawn undead, and partly sidestep the use of gold income. Yes, but the thing is getting more forts to recruit more of these guys to search for more blood stuff, and being able to afford more of these guys. Like, you're not directly spending the gold, but the gold is throttling how quick you can ramp that up. I don't know, with my testing on Mictlin, I was feeling like, I kind of like the build where, the builds where I was going relatively scales-oriented, over the Hellblessy ones, because I felt like I was just able to get Jaguar Warriors, like, recruiting out of 3 forts just way faster. Although that's not what you're saying. You're saying summoning using blood. But at the same time, I was able to be recruiting my blood mage idiot, like, way faster. That bless is low test. Yeah, I was immediately shamed by the chat. You're not wrong. This is like a kind of like type bless. This is not a like weird full send bless. The bless is low test. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I think that the stat blesses I'm just kind of not into on this chassis. And I'm not into taking an awake Hellblast and like being like, okay, I have to kill my neighbor, otherwise this build sucks. I think like picking a spot is better than forcing a spot. But this you do get to have a lot of defense and kind of keep your guys alive. I think I'd prefer this more if we had helmets, but we don't have helmets on our guys, so we kind of eat shit to archers. I guess we could try and recruit these guys, but then the issue with these guys is the resources. And we get throttled. I think we even said we would rather do this. Or I think we might have even done this. You should always wear helmets, basically. That is a proto-breast bless. You trying to say that my bless has gyno? No, wait, that would be a high test bless. The gyno bless. For those of you who don't know, the thing that like bodybuilders who abuse steroids, what they get like this condition known as gyno, like mass stump thing, and it gives them like man tits basically from taking steroids, from too much test. Actually, that's how you get tits. kind of wish that this chassis was somehow more usable, but... I don't know, what was the most manly one that we built? I kind of like this blast. It was just very straightforward. This is the most, like, committal to the, like, eco plan. Luck is actually also just stronger the smaller you are. But this is, like, hard committed to the, like, on the scales, what are we here? We're -4, +2, so plus... So we're -2, and then here's +1. I guess we're still even on the scales. The scales aren't, like, monstrously positive. I just think you get really diminishing returns on additional points. Just generally speaking, like, it is a higher cost. It's a higher cost to get, like, points 16 to 30 than it is 1 to 15 in terms of your blessed points, and I think you have smaller returns. So this, relatively speaking, makes scales more valuable. Prayer beats bless every time. Blood bond and death explosion. That seems like a fucking meme. Well, you just nuke your entire army. I mean, I'm not good at dominions, but you can't possibly mean that seriously. You would need, like, at the very least, like, fire resistance with the death explosion. But Death Explosion is better with cheap units, not the uber expensive 50 gold unit, so you can't, like... Death Explosion's nice when you summon, like, 20 little things. Actually, Death Explosion's ass, but if it were to be nice, it would be, like, with, like, Tianchi or Saromacia or something like this, where you can, for one Death Gem, summon 20 Sacreds and then bless them and then chuck them in. Have to rush. That seems just like an ungodly bait. They're gonna blow and then just all kill each other unless you also have, like, a ton of fire res. That is hilarious, but fully a meme, yeah. I don't think it's a meme that works either. Like, you can have a meme... We'll show our meme Tianchi bless. So we gotta exit out. I don't think we deleted it. Like, this is just not very good, but the protection at least makes it so you don't just dome all of your units. I think even then we would need more fire resist on top of this. And then you summon 20 of these guys, so when you bless them up, they go pew pew. But you will spend, what is this, 10 points on a bless that becomes fucking useless against stuff that has fire res. Like, in decent amounts. Exploding minions is definitely a thing in some games. I'm not saying you couldn't use the bless categorically. I'm saying that the nation that would use the bless would not be the nation that spends 55 gold a pop on their sacreds. Saying if there was ever a nation for it to be bad, it would be Lanka. There's not too many units that have, or too many nations that have more expensive sacreds, I feel. That's actually not true. There's, like... Those are decently expensive, too. sure Ubar's sacreds are ungodly expensive. Nope, they're not even insane. Wait, are those sacreds? What about these guys? How pricey are the bear warriors? Not what I was looking at. How pricey are the chuds? I mean, I guess these guys are more expensive. Certainly giants are more expensive with the 140. You could come up with the worst people to have the fire explosion, but I don't know. No, I mean, this guy's rolling. This guy's like laughing his ass off that he's like, I've entertained the notion of talking about the death explosion with like a bunch of units that are weak to fire. We have a retinue of summons that are just weak to fire. Flight plus death explosion plus fire resist to MA Marinon? Yeah, that's a more complete strategy. Undead, we need to blow up undead. Yeah, perfect. We would blow up our undead units. Regen Fortitude, Great White Bull. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Ish. I don't think I like spending that many points. I mean, I think at a bare minimum we would want 5, so we'd have to sink. Could maybe do this. I don't think I like it, but this is an idea that I think would work just fine, yeah. Fire Explosion Lanka is a great meme. Play Righteous Fire Path of Exile, so I believe in self-immolation builds. You're gonna eat your own population with blood hunting? Lanka isn't late game. You need to swarm in mid game. I think I just disagree. Although, like, my sample size, like, my Dominion's knowledge is not that robust, so I feel weird about disagreeing, but I think you have a lot of goodies at the top end, so saying that they're not a late game nation is weird. Maybe you don't need to enter late game, and maybe you're not like as good as the other late game blood nations, but you have a ton of stuff top end that seems like really reasonable and usable. Like tools like this assassin, these absolutely fucking massive dudes. I actually don't know how good they end up being, but these guys can, like, take a bless. I mean, you're getting your guys earlier than the people who need blood 8 for Ocelotls, and that's, like, the actual thing that they want. But blood scales really well because it is an entirely you're getting an entirely additional economy. If you are taking like a Hell Bless though, if you're taking a Bless like this, like yeah, you're gonna definitely suck late game because you don't have any growth. I've played Lanka in multiplayer. Your eco falls off because you blood hunt so well. Your strength is from blood hunting, not from eco? I think the two are related. Sustainable blood hunting is possible with growth, but it is more expensive in income loss, patrollers, and player micro. Well, okay. In terms of, if we're talking about theoretical, then I don't want to include player micro that much as a thought, because with the 1 day time control, you know. We can look at our ratings for LANKA though, in regards to early, late game, etc. I don't know. I've been feeling that with Mixlin, who can blood hunt, I think better than LANKA in my test games. I've definitely felt the power curve is more later oriented. Although yeah, we don't even need this anymore. Blood for the blood god, skull for the skull throne. You scale for blood hunting, just focus on early game expansion to solve money. There's problems. Also, latest tourney meta is to go for max expansion with Dom 2 expander. I mean, I think I could get behind. When I say I don't like it, I say it's I'm saying it in a more it's not my style type of way than I think it's objectively bad, because I think getting resources earlier is really strong. I think that how players handle things matters a lot. I think it also really matters what the size of your map is. And I don't know, if the latest tourney is 15 provinces per player or 17 provinces per player, that might very well just mean the difference between Dom 2 guy versus Dom 4 guy, in terms of what's effective. But yeah, dealing with this type of stuff early is really obnoxious to have to do. But you have to pick your spots very, very accurately. It's not very forgiving, because if you kill your Dom 2 guy, your Wake Dom 2 guy with Incarnate Blesses, you're cooked. And I mean, I guess you can play a nation like where you're a little bit more resilient. But yeah, entering or exiting expansion when you have 20 provinces and everyone else having an average of 17 is really good. And the game has to drag out long-ish for an extra point of growth to overcome that, especially considering that growth doesn't give you more gems. But there's also maybe a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors effect here too. Where Awakes are probably going to perform, in a theoretical sense, this is the way it ought to be. Although it does not necessarily mean that's the way it is. Awakes ought to do good against Imprisoned, but poor against Dormant. Dormant ought to do, Awake should beat Dormant, or Imprisoned, but lose to Dormant. Dormant should beat Awake and lose to Imprisoned, and Imprisoned should beat Dormant and lose to Awake, where being significantly faster than someone is better than being a little bit faster than someone, but being a little bit big and having a little bit more points than someone should tend to be good. Just in theory, this should kind of be the case. I'm not saying the points match up, because I think some things just absolutely are under and overcosted, but just like theoretically. And for chassis, it's like the twos you like obviously like have to do with these awake. The dormants are too expensive to do them awake. You could do awake this or this. Map sizes in both provinces and player total count is a huge difference in build incentives, yeah. Also player skill, too, is going to inform stuff. Like, how easy is it to kill a player and take all their stuff on average? And also, how easy is it to defend? And how... if players... play in such a way that's probably reasonable, which is to dogpile the weakest nation with 3+ players, the second they smell blood in the water, then doing anything you can to not be the weakest nation is like 100% the most important thing. And I think as players get stronger, they probably get better at identifying weak players and getting other players to dogpile with them and just say, hey, let's split the provinces. Because generally, having an overwhelming advantage gives you way better rate of return on your attack, and so attacking with multiple allies is the way to go. And so being like, hey, this guy took some shitty ass like dormant build, we should just kill them, and then attacking them like really early on from 3 angles is a thing. Having a ton of provinces is huge. It helps with Diplo, either ceding provinces as favor or acting tough. It helps with money, which equals labs and castles, and it gives you gems and events. Yeah, with diminishing returns on the gems and events, but yes. Or sorry, with the events. EA doesn't have the population to fuel late game blood eco. Sustainable. All of Lanka's late game demons and the level 9 demon spell cleansing will be your bane of your existence. I haven't played like a late game like demon build in multiplayer, so I don't have a frame of reference, but certainly someone was suggesting we take MR on our bless. I think it was because of that, which seems not entirely unreasonable. You have 2 choices with Awake as Lanka: Great White Bull, Maneater, Draco Lich. Draco Lich is best, but only as a Death Bless. Draco Lich. I mean, I don't hate the idea of taking Stygian skin on them. Maneater dies but is easiest. Well, we hate dying. I really hate pop kill though. Oh, Bull is easiest spray dead? Yeah. But I do think the types of builds I tend to like tend not to be stuff like this, and tend to be more suited for higher province games. But yeah, I don't think I would like this if there's a 10 province game or something like this. The lower number of provinces there are, the more important like your cap sacreds are and your cap mages are. And having just a really monstrous blast for your cap mages. Or sorry, your cap sacreds. And obviously the bigger the map, the lower proportion of eco goes to cap only sacreds. But yeah. I think we've kind of discussed it through a little bit, though. We do have our rating. Let's return to that. Again, not super confident. Did make some adjustments. I guess this was the point of contention here. Guys are saying they're not good late game because blood, they will just lose pop. That was not my experience in my practice game with Mixlin, but... I was also casting Blood Fecundity and had Growth 2 already, so was still generating positive growth. Play too much Vicky 3? You don't want your eco to fail. Dominions causes the world to be destroyed with plagues and curses and war. Growth isn't universally good. I mean, I just want to throw more things at the enemy than they throw at me. But yeah, I mean, I generally approach things from a resources perspective than a how good is this unit perspective. And I'm caring like a lot more about the efficiency per X. Whether it's like gold, like mage turn, gems, blood, slaves, this type of thing. I have heard talk about a scale style Lanka that uses more of the any fort non-demon sacreds and leans into their ability to free spawn undead and blood summon strong thugs. This is where I'm kind of leaning in terms of like when I look at this, my analysis, I'm thinking through that. I also just I don't think that the any fort sacreds are just like better. But I don't think they're wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. I don't think that they're really worse. Okay, let's actually that sounded like a convoy. Let's take a look at an idea, maybe. This is fucking silly. I mean, what if we just played Lanka like this? And just said, hey, we're gonna generate more income, we're gonna build our Anifort Sacreds. They don't have chaos power. We're gonna go with a little bit of extra order and a little bit of extra productivity so that we can build 6 of these a turn out of our temples, and then we go like with this, and we're just gonna say, hey, we're gonna get more of these things. And they're going to be a lot worse than they normally are, but we don't care because we have more of them. And then when we turn and burn and we go towards building more forts and recruiting more mages, having plus 8% gold is way better than like minus 15% gold. And we get to scale up our growth. And we also get to turn all plains into farmlands when we blood fecundity, giving plus 2 growth. Because we already have 1 order. And the order helps out a little bit with the blood patrolling thing, although that's like pretty marginal, but it does help out with income early game. Astral nations beating blood ones by destroying all the population with earthquakes is a thing that happens in Dominions. Interesting. Winning a multiplayer Dominion is about demoralizing other real humans. Best way to do this with timings, not resource accumulation. Oh man. That comment is interesting in the context of my attitude of what to do when losing. Which is... Although, to be fair, I don't have the sample size of losing a game of Dominions, but I think you should... When you're losing, the game becomes a meta game, which is a game that you're now playing on a meta scale, where you want to inflict as much pain to the person killing you as possible to make them not like you as a target again. Because the population of people who play Dominions is relatively small, and so this makes your future games better, where someone's like, bruh, this guy, he was like pinging like my army on his fort with like scouts and figuring stuff out, and then he like deletes the lab the turn I go to storm it. Like, I don't know if you could really get that timing right, but like, that's probably really hard to do. Never stop building workers. Never stop building workers, except at scouts, but I think this is an idea that's probably awful, but just to take a look at it. Yeah, we don't get a bunch of the free stats from the Chaos Power if we do this. But we're working kind of... We have damage. The problem is... the problem is we need a bunch of attack. And we don't get harassment. We don't harass anything down. We want to be able to break into new paths of magic a little bit better. We have glamour. Numbers don't line up too well. I don't know how well this would expo, but I always said that using Discord to coordinate games is bad because Discord politics actually affects games. Really cringe. The game should be anonymous with in-game diplo/messages. I think I agree with you, like in principle. A lot being informed by like you just actually being as miserable as possible to kill. Because also, like, if you tell other people how you're making it miserable for you to die, and you also invite literally every other player to attack, like, the person, even if you're successful just a small margin at the time, like, and you make it clear that you're trying to make yourself as hard to kill as possible, like, developing a reputation for that seems just ungodly valuable. I watched enough StarCraft. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you work a rush. I mean, this is an idea. This is probably just bad. But with the scales specifically, we also don't need 8 Dominion. But with the scales specifically, just the idea that you're trying to get... The goal is to get to 3 or 4 forts producing 5 to 6 of these guys a turn. Which that's actually an enormous chunk of gold for 5. Maybe you could even just call it 4 of these guys a turn. And then, as a sacred, I mean, like, I hate not having helmets. These guys have helmets. Sounds like you'll make friends quickly with this strat. I mean, be nice to people when they're not killing you. They're already killing you. They're not your friend, man. People use Discord /butthurt/gossip to get what they want in games. Very low test behavior. Yeah, I'm not a fan of using anything outside the game other than your reputation in-game as a means of trying to get what you want. Which is one reason I don't like, or I feel some kind of way about community games where I'm playing in them, because I think people will either be too nice to me or too mean to me, and there's no middle ground in my own community. So, like, in terms of the value of the reps, it's like, it's close to 0. Have we found a way to blow our stuff up more effectively yet? No, we're describing like the even more soy boy type of build where we just try and get these guys with helmets because they don't have the stones to go in without a helmet, and actually just play Lanka the reverse of how we were supposed to play them, which is like go a scales build. I don't think this is the way you would necessarily do it, but I am kind of a big fan of resilience of the earth and larger both, so if you're trying to scale up, and then reinvigoration, you're if you get into a wet noodle fight with these idiots, then not suffering the encumbrance penalty is kind of nice. I think that what you would want is maybe something a little bit more like this, though. I think awareness actually kind of... Awareness making the wet noodle fight better is interesting, conceptually. We're kind of wishing we had Arcane Command, right? No, we were wishing we had the Undead Command. Yeah. Ugh. Precision's actually kind of cute. Yeah, this is maybe an idea. Where you're just saying... Oh, it feels so derpy, though, to take both larger and awareness and, like, nothing else. But your defense value is not going to go down. From getting surrounded. Can we make hard skin work? Now this is idiotic, like as an imprisoned, but... Like, just the ultimate greed build. Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you are making the error of being too late game focused, assumptive. Lanka needs fangs attached with a blessed expander. It's not inherently, slash nakedly good. No, I mean, I'm trying to think my way through this, but I think this is troll. Like, if you were to... How's the best way to put it? I think odds are, if you're going, like, order and productivity Lanka, you're trolling. But if you were to troll, what would be a good way to do it? No, I'm not, if someone asked me, do you think this is a good build, my answer would not be yes. Saying this is, I think a lot of people, and maybe people with Magic the Gathering experience, because I might use this as a reference, I think a lot of times people look at the meta builds and then they often just use the meta builds and then they overestimate the power of the meta builds, in a general sense. And a lot of off-meta builds also require that you understand the build better, and generally there's more of a knowledge gap on it. But stuff that's like offbeat, in a lot of games, and I'm not saying this is the case with Dominions. Dominions seems more punishing than the average game. Stuff that's offbeat can be really good on like multiple levels. One, it just like is playstyle like different, and it's actually not worse. Two, sometimes people actually don't understand that what they're doing actually isn't good. And something else is better. And three, like, you just understand the matchups way better when you do something weird and everyone else just plays standard. Type of thing. Like, with Magic the Gathering, I always brewed up weird homebrew decks. And I did pretty good. I think at FNM I had like over a 60% win rate. I didn't think any of my decks were insane, but you also don't get to... you have to like think your way through things you think are questionable to try and figure out what's good. And so the task of like looking at this, even though I don't think it's good, is not entirely a wasted effort type of thing. Because I think it is an interesting question, which is, well, instead of building these guys, we can build these guys anywhere. What if we commit to just trying to play these guys and trying to play around a paradigm where we're just trying to get as many of these guys as possible? How do we play, and what does the bless look like, and what do we do? And it involves looking at stuff that's maybe not so good, because these guys cost a lot of recruitment points and a lot of resources. I'd be more inclined to get magic resistance over awareness. The monkey sacreds could use the help. These guys? Oh yeah, they have low magic resistance. Okay. Enchanted Blood, pretty good for Expo, too. So this could maybe Expo. Maybe this is an improvement. Certainly strange. Also, in the pregame, there is some value to bobbing when everyone else is weaving. I think of the Yomi game specifically, where our Yomis took as their bless. They took Unholy Weapons, and they absolutely dumpstered all the people who went, like a, Hellbless. Because the only thing they had was Sacreds. Meme builds only? Or they aren't good enough to pilot the meta builds? Yeah, this is also another thing, is like, the people you're beating with the off-meta builds could just be bad. You're beating their meta build with your off-meta shit, they just could be bad. I tried getting in the series a bunch of times. The learning cliff is just rough. It is rough. I just jammed some sort of elf ball in, I had a really, like, pettish deck. I think the biggest tournament I won was like a 60 to 80 person tournament. If it doesn't start Forest, Landowner Elves, I don't want to play it. Maybe Elvish Mystic. Maybe. But it was some variation of Shouta Yasuoko's 2012 Players Championship deck, basically, that I just kept playing Aether Vial plus Snapcaster Mage nonsense. Maneater with Unholy Weapons Fortitude, practice expansion, that's the ultimate anti-player build. Yeah, I mean, if you expect everyone else to be Hellblessing, that's the thing to do. But one of the points I was going to make is, if we know someone is doing Unholy Weapons, right, Sheep Thief? If we know someone's doing that, this would actually be better than some sort of weird Hellbless. I'd rather play Jundra Amulet Titan. You don't know the joy of remanding someone 4 turns in a row. You can't appreciate getting into a remand war, having someone remand your 3-mana spell, and then you remand your own spell to brick their remand. Amulet Titan, that one old school build. I'm old enough school that calling Amulet old school makes me feel old. Like, that's some modern tech. I was there before it was written. Back when it was aiming at Bloom, not Titan. Because with this, we can also actually just... Okay, I mean, like, one of my biggest issue is my sample size is too small. Oh, this is a point I was going to make in my kind of rant. Dominion 6 just has shit sample sizes. The players who play in Dominion 6, I guess unless they're blasting a ton of Blitz, the number of games they've completed is relatively low. Like, the sample sizes are just awful. For formulating, like, solved metagames. And so, and this doesn't have anything to do with the players or their ability to analyze. It just has to do with the fact that, like, you need a sufficiently large sample size to, like, identify what's good. Especially with a game that has, like, so many different, like, levers as like, Dominions. What's the booster access for LANKA? Are you asking, like, what's the max rank paths you can get to? But, like, giving these guys a little bit of a protection bless with, what is it, the Alteration 5 or 6, I forget which gives everyone bark skin. These guys could kill, like, unholy weapon sacreds. Not terribly. They'd certainly not be the first choice. But then we could transition to, with something like this, with a build like this, we could transition to being like, hey, we're gonna just use Scales troops instead here. And put more money in the mages and the Scales troops and buff up the troops. Primetime is 15 years old. It was M11, I think. It's still somehow modern legal despite all the bust lands they print now. I'm not sure. Look, if you played against Bloom Titan, like, I mean, I guess you could kill the deck if you wanted to, but, like, Summer Bloom was, like, absolutely the thing that was giving you the super, super explosive wins. Yeah, I think the metagame is completely unsolved. The first real competitive tournament is happening right now. No clear ideal strat at all. Yeah, and there's also, like, rock, paper, scissors effects, too, which is unfortunate. And there's also, like, skill gap things where, like, I think aggressive builds are worse against people who defend well. Like, because if you go build where you have to kill someone and you can't kill someone, then you're just dead. And so flexibility, I think, is valuable, but it's not sexy. I think this is a relatively flexible build. This is just spectacularly unsexy. I also think the power level's probably not there. And we're leaving a lot on the table because we have, like, chaos power and we're not using it, but in general, I think growth scale is really good. Then we're asking how hard is it to get key boosters? Well, one of our ideas with getting the high astral is that we're gonna get either, like, wizard ring or ring of sorcery, but you're cut off from quite a bit here, and you don't have any, like, crazy cross path. It's pretty hard for you to get boosters, I would say. Just generically. Like, you can get the Blood and Nature booster. Like, these combo boosters are kind of okay. You can get to Death 2. You can even roll Death 3 in rare circumstances. So I think you can get all the Death boosters. You could get the Glamour helmet, because you can roll up to Glamour 3. The other Glamour items in, like, Construction 7. But you don't have any crazy, like, you don't have any nice cross path boosters. and you're like cut out of like a lot of magical paths with Lanka. I think Lanka's like access like feels a little bit bad. With Lanka, you have all the sorcery stuff and a little bit of air, but you can't get to rolling the air booster really, and you don't have a good in for doing a staff of elemental mastery, without like your pretender being involved. But here, like having pretenders that solve gem usage, or ability to crack into all paths is something I really value, and that's like hard to do with like a lot of these hyper aggro builds. I don't know. The scales that seem like the most cost effective, growth seems like the most cost effective scale, like in terms of, and that's like another thing is like how good the nations are is like overlapped with like how good scales are. But never want them to ban Amulet Titans. Funny how many lands related pieces they ban to try to keep it legal though. Yeah, banning decks is rough. I mean, like I'm to be honest, after the printing of Modern Horizons, I'm like it feels very cash grabby, and like they don't want to ban Amulet because they don't want to invalidate the deck, but they invalidate a ton of decks when they print super pushed cards like Horizon. Just power creep is lame when your deck is $1,500. Like I have foiled out stuff. I think I even have my deck down here, like underneath my computer desk. It's back a little bit. One moment. I think my old modern deck is in here. Not gonna lie, I think your Enchanted Blood isn't that good, since your Sacreds don't have a ton of armor to regen anything. Do you think half a HP of regen is not worth 2 points? In addition to stopping Profuse Bleeding? Profuse Bleeding is one of the really kind of nice ways of killing our like 100 HP Sacred that we have summoned later. Our idea here is that we were going to pay for magic resist anyways. You can get air 4 to 5? How do you get air 4? Am I missing something? 2? I mean, are you talking about empowering and then building the booster? Or are you talking about rolling a 0.33 into a 0.04? Glamour boosters RNG too? Yeah. God, I haven't opened this deck box in forever. I had to like clean the dust off of it. Oh, it's not even got the right deck. Oh, but I have like they're not that expensive now. But when I got them, they were like, also cards are a little bit grimy. The Masterwork like Aether Vials for my pet deck. This is a weird beatdowny deck though. This is some stupid... The problem is Aether Vial sucks now. Aether Vial is just no good. And it sucks because lower Aether Vial lets you cheat creatures into play without paying their mana cost. This effect just gets weaker and weaker as the mana cost of average of the playable creatures goes down. And now, like, if a creature costs more than 2 mana, you're trolling if you're playing it. Unless you have some, like, specific sort of strategy around it. Just everything's, like, 1 or 2 mana. I still have a few commander decks that I keep relatively current. Yeah, me too. Lanka gets Air Blood, so Robe of Magi solves all your booster issues late game. Ah! Okay. This is my lack of sample size showing here. Yeah, so this seems reasonable. You can get this going. So maybe even better than average with boosters. You get big air on your blood 8 summon, that's true. Tron is still alive and kicking. Tron's like not like it was though at all. Like all the payoff cards have changed. The loot cards are like the mana. I don't even know what the mana eggs have. The mana eggs have changed or haven't changed. Some of the searching things have changed, but like the payoff cards and all of the sideboard cards have just dramatically changed. It's just like the big mana deck. Never played Magic the Gathering, but do hear about all the crossover decks. Interesting. Wait, what? How have you never played Magic and hear about all the different... Okay. 1 in 12 of the Rakshasa whatever, or Air 4. Do I not have eyes? I hate not having eyes. It's a symptom. A syndrome. We have to take a look at how we don't have eyes. 1 in 12. I think you... I think you need to go back to the drawing board with the math on that one. We have to roll air of this 100% chance. So that's 1 in 3. And then we have a 10% of getting an additional level. And 1 in 4 times that'll roll air. This is not a 100% roll, it's a 10% roll. It's beautiful timing, actually. Lanka is a good air nation for high-level air spells. It's awesome. Definitely love being able to cast Summon Draconians. Some good classics. Thought-Knot, Seer, Emrakul, Chalice. Chalice is a classic. When I started playing Emrakul... Well, actually, when I started playing, all 3 of those cards were bad. Or 2 of those cards... When I first started playing, Tron used Karn and Wormcoil Engine, basically, as its primary payouts. Emrakul, the other one hadn't been printed yet. And same with Thought-Knot Seer, and Chalice wasn't very good because of the fact that Chalice wasn't very good because the mana costs of stuff wasn't very diversified. I got a little bit of a delivery. Of sandwiches. Although I need to ask someone a question about something. But yeah, the Chalice is super good now because everything's 1 or 2 mana in a lot of decks. And then in the decks where it's not, you just don't bring it in. I think you have like turn 1 Chalice decks that aren't uncommon. Against players getting kill more and MR is better in the short run, you can always get mass regeneration for the mid game as you have good paths for it. Yeah, this is true as well. What were we taking a look at? We're getting it larger too, though, eventually. Did I get texted about the sandwich delivery? People complaining about them comes up on YouTube occasionally. That makes sense. If you follow the YouTube scene for it. Yeah, way higher than 1 in 12. way lower, but like yeah, way higher. Way higher, but way lower. It's 1 in 120, I think. Which I think you maybe have like a 50% chance or something like this of seeing one in the course of the game. They're arguably ruining the game, though. Not the only issue. Yeah, there's just enormous power creep. The fact that Tron's like payouts are just kind of like completely changed, or the issue with Modern Horizons just completely fucked up the format, and now they just build stuff for Commander and like killing the Golden Goose. Hasbro's a shit company. Love the Magic the Gathering product, but like Hasbro trying to make Dungeons and Dragons a subscription model, and now they're like they are cracking down any company that engages in union busting. I just like don't like. And Hasbro is trying to union bust and prevent people from getting in. For a second, I thought we were looking at this unit when I was looking at this unit, and I saw that it had 2 attacks, and I felt so incredibly stupid because I was like, how did I not notice that the thing has 2 attacks, but it wasn't. Crossovers, pricing, power creep, all issues, standard card being printed. I know it's 10% on the other thing. All I know is I've gotten Air 4s often. Maybe it's just lucky. I think you're like 50% to roll one within a run. Right? If you're primarily recruiting these guys. They printed 7 standard legal sets, this plus a ton of supplementary products. Base boo union busting? Yeah. I don't know. It's not, look, capitalism works when the people who are selling labor and the people who are selling goods have the same, like, information. Because capitalism, like, requires perfect information for people to make choices for good equilibriums to be reached. It's inefficient when people have shit information. The entire point of union busting is to limit information, basically. Don't say that, they'll send in the Pinkertons. Oh no. Larger will be good to help with blurs, since it will boost your attack rating. Larger doesn't boost... Wait, what? It boosts our strength by a lot. Are you saying use blur? Blood Surge instead of Enchanted Blood is always a good pickup since you do have Killy Sacreds. They will kill stuff. My thinking was trying to make our guys better, but yeah, Blood Surge is just very efficient. Just having larger Blood Surge and resists probably is decent. I wish we had more magic resist, but there's not really a good way to put it into the build here. But yeah, I mean, when we hit stuff, it'll die. The thing is we can't rely on harassment when we only have 2 attacks per square. Like, our units have a very significant issue. Signing out to do your own Dominion turn? Godspeed. You don't really need to roll A4 for big combat magic? Absolutely not, because, yeah, you can just spend the gems. Or Sabbath, even. Maybe Reinvigoration. Yeah, I'm kind of a fan of the first point of Reinvigoration from the perspective of these guys have 4 encumbrance, and that really makes it so that it takes a ton of turns for encumbrance to start mattering for defense. But then, like, I think they're dying in combat before the second point would matter. But could take something like this. Again, I don't think that this build is good. I think this build is spectacularly unsexy. That's another thing, is generally I think that unsexy stuff gets undertested in games. This is just like, I'm gonna have this conservative bless that fills in the gaps, and it has a really efficient bless in it, and boosts up my leaders at the very end. And I'm gonna rely on my scales and the fact that I could get more of these units. Another thing is, people probably are not necessarily very good at translating power level. Like if you're used to seeing these guys with a freaking insane bless, and you see a stack of 20 of them, you might not necessarily do the same, the correct, change to the way you're evaluating it based on the fact that, there's like double of them, but they're half as powerful or something like this. You know, like if you see a stack of 40, but the bless is way worse, you may misevaluate how strong they are. This is also an advantage for doing something offbeat. If everyone does the same bless for the same nation always, and you do a different bless, all their reference experience is worth less. They get reinvigoration and blood surge, you're right. So true, bestie. Alright. Monolith plus stats boost is peak Reddit. It's risk averse. Gets rolled by more aggressive stuff. Yeah, it might be peak Reddit. Wow, of all the insults I've heard tonight, peak Reddit definitely cuts deepest. I mean, I also... Maybe you got me. I don't know what to say. I think that on a per point basis, this is just like larger and blood surge are just larger blood surge and like blur are just the most efficient blesses in the game. That aren't like incarnate, difficult to evaluate type blesses. The hard part is you have to think about the things that you are likely to see in EA. Way less humans and more monsters, so the strength and attack makes your hits crush. It's also maybe a thing where, and this is the unfortunate one, it could be the case you want to take, if the blesses are marginal, like, if this is relatively close in power level to like what we were playing earlier, it probably means that against some opponents you want this, and against others you want something else. But yeah, extra strength and extra attack. Is Shiny secretly a Redditor? I'm not so secretly on Reddit, yeah. Try this. Blood at Vengeance Fortitude. I don't think I'm into Blood Vengeance plus Fortitude, like, conceptually, but let's take a look at what it looks like. I think I assume you want it awake. Heat 3, Growth 0, womp womp. Yep. Our sacreds will be much better. We will get less of them. We go to 83% income, although they will be much, much better. To 83% income from... what is it, like 100 and... Basically, we have like 25% less income than we would, relatively speaking. And over the course of several turns, we basically won't generate any positive growth. Although this makes your land... If everyone always attacks people with positive growth, then that makes, like, growth, like, actively bad, right? And in theory, when you kill someone, killing someone who had a lot of growth is more valuable. And maybe also easier. Try expanding with that? Well, I mean... I know we'll be able to expand with this, yeah. I think this will work real good for expansion. Also, as far as monsters go, this kind of probably scales decently into fighting. Don't like Pop Killer. But okay, that's not the point. And I do like this, by the way, more than... I think taking a Hellbless, like with this as a chassis. Because here you're just very clearly saying, I'm going to kill someone, or we're going to have an issue. And multiple things like matter in terms of how good this is going to be. And one of the big ones is also, how much do people get spooked when you're big and are likely to coalition you? Because I think that this is also one of the values of, like, the growth scale, is you don't look as spooky relative to, like, what you can do with your provinces. Like, having more provinces with, lower income's not as good as having the same amount of income with less provinces. Although gem income, you get more gem income with just more locations. 25% less income, but 25% more provinces. I think you only need 20% more provinces. But yeah, I get your, in terms of the math, I get the idea. But this makes all your reinforcement lines, like, there are other, like, tack-on effects. Like, if people are more likely to coalition you, if you look big, or unite against you, that's an issue. If people are more likely to leave you alone, that's a positive. The length of your supply lines also matters. You need more territory to have the same amount of income, which means that it takes longer to transport units and stuff. I heard Google AI recommend people add glue, to the pizza because some Redditor asked why cheese kept sliding off his pizza. Legend. To be fair, there is, like, food glue. Provinces that are not blood hunted down to 0 population are wasted unused resources. Now you're catching me. Now you're catching me. I gotta go, but fun talking to you about this stuff. Looking forward to seeing Dominion 6 stuff. Yeah, I mean, I understand stylistically, I just want to accumulate resources and boa constrictor my opponents, rather than just, like, jump on top of them and rip them to pieces. For those of you who are familiar with chess and are also maybe a little bit on the older side, thinking of, like, Karpov versus Kasparov, I liked Karpov, and Anatoly Karpov was a chess player that was kind of known more as a positional player, slow, and they compared him to a boa constrictor, and they compared Kasparov to a tiger. But Karpov would just prevent you from doing all the good moves, and then he would make the good moves himself. Petrosian even more so, but Twist Fate, larger blood surge could also be something to consider. Twist Fate, larger blood surge. With the other build? I don't know if I like Twist Fate. I don't think I like Twist Fate with units with such a high HP pool. Just in general. because they're like, if you have a low HP pool that's like effectively doubles, like if you have a guy with 1 HP, where if anything hits you, you're dead, or does damage to you, you're dead. This effectively doubles your HP pool, but if you have like a lot of life, it's not adding as percentage as much. And Twist Fate's really expensive and forces you down the incarnate path. You need to keep in mind that some nations have innate magic weapon, kill a sacred, but don't run into them. Don't run into them off the rip. Kill some poor scalar nation. Yeah, well, like, so from a macro perspective, I think nations that are like beating up on like these Hellblessed nations have like a significant like meta advantage. Like if everyone plays like in this Hellblessy type of way, we start really liking this special effect Golden Spear that does extra shit to sacreds, and the fact that we have fortified cities. It will just generate super high amounts of income over time. A return for my double? What is the chassis you picked? Oh, I don't know what period of time you were in. We picked one and then we looked at some stuff. We picked this, and we played a little over a year with it, and now just kind of thinking through some things. I think that, I was kind of liking the idea of going Resilience to the Earth and then good stuff for Expo on an imprisoned guy with decent scales. And we were kind of taking that maybe to its natural conclusion with like actual positive scales LANKA, which I think is probably actively bad. But instead of going Turmoil, we go like that. And then we need to maybe rake back some points somewhere. And then was talking about how this is probably just offbeat and bad, but like it's interesting to think through. Typical paradox strategy nerd take. Womp womp. Play LA Man in the bow constrictor style you're talking about. Anyways, actually leaving now. Godspeed. He says actually leaving. Twist Fate is also only the first hit. Most giant nations have crazy magic weapons. I know Muspelheim does. Niflheim doesn't have magic weapons. But you'll just hit reasonably hard. I don't know, like, if someone uses something against us that's, like, kills sacreds specifically, like, with this, we have flexibility. With our Hellblessed, then we don't. And, I mean, if the meta... If everyone just evaluates Hellblesses are, like, rock, and it just is the strongest strategy, well, then, and then, like... taking some massive unholy weapons bless is just paper, then like everyone should just take paper. But the thing that's like flexible about it's gonna be like just do better. What do we need to be able to take unholy weapons? EA growth 1 above 1 feels bad in my checks, but growth 1 events are very nice. There's less pop. Milk carts are insane? Yeah. Well, this is another thing, like, what do you do against the strong people? Do you dogpile them or do you avoid them? And how people approach that is gonna, like, determine what's better. Like, Hannibal just looks insane, because this unit just seems insane. The thing I think that makes LANKA good is that you get a good sacred chassis that's recruit anywhere. This is kind of what I was thinking through when I was thinking of Mictlan was that I felt like people were building too much around the Ocelotl and they should be building around the Jag. And I think that with Lanka, this like also might be kind of the case. If you build something that it gets relatively good income, you'll be able to generate 2 or 3 times as many of these guys as you will these Chaos Power guys. These guys are also Demon, which leaves them some issues, but also some positives, because you get to buff all your demons. But then, like, comparing these to Jaguar Warriors, I do not like these compared to Jaguar Warriors at all. They're twice the cost. They have poor attack density. What they have is better prot. And they do way more damage. They will cut through stuff. But I feel that most of the things that I've looked at for Lanka just seem to underappreciate this guy. And the thing is, you can always recruit this guy if you build around this guy. With the other guys, or you can recruit these in the cap as well. It's not like you're restricted from not being able to build these in the cap. And I think just in regular Expo, these guys are just better. Probably very slightly, just because you're not gonna... Indies tend to have a lot of ranged attacks, and you're not going to die to as much just random arrow fire type stuff. Or slings aren't going to, like, dome you super hard. Where the helmetless guys, that's a bit more of an issue. But the helmetless guys actually have decent natural protection, so maybe I'm just, like, over-sweating it. Like, they have... Prot on the head, 5. Do you dogpile or do you avoid the strong people? Yeah, you try and organize dogpile, and if you fail, you avoid them. Yeah, so I guess the speed of the lobby at deciding who to attack is also really relevant, and that's kind of a weird thing to evaluate. I mean, something I value a lot is being able to wait and not attack. To be fair, when you go these Dominion 2 chassis, this sets you up in a really good spot where waiting is strong, but simultaneously you tend to acquire more surface area with enemies, which is like also a thing that seems relevant. And acquiring more surface area, if you're not killing people with other people, is kind of bad, I think, but also maybe looks you... I'm just thinking, like, the bad thing is getting 2v1'd. Does expoing more with a Dominions 2 guy make you more likely to get 2v1'd or less likely? And if the process is exactly the way you say it, it actually just makes you more likely to get 2v1'd. But I also think that the Dominion 2 expander is probably generally underused because it's not very sexy. And so... also having really consistent expansion is incredibly nice. I don't think these guys can go in turn 1 though. Maybe a really fat Earth Serpent, but... I don't know. If the thing is like, also how well do players defend? Are most things 2v1s? Yes, no. If no, how good do players defend matters a super ton, because the better players are at defending, the worse rush strategies are. You have to go up so many points to get an awake. Right? You leave 350 points. I think most people don't look for a Dom 2 expander for Lanka since they feel like they already have good expo. Yeah. I think that a lot of people, if they can't expo, like, if the expo is just, like, untenable, that's when they turn to size 2s, but just having more provinces is a really strong argument. I'm not saying I'm in love with the argument. I'm just saying, like, or this is the type of build I like, where you just say these are the most efficient things, this gets us the most points. Here we're scaling both with this and with the fact that we're gaining access to magical paths we do not otherwise have access to, and we are gaining long-term game plan in terms of what global enchantments we can cast. And our concession is we take this and we do this as tuned as possible towards making Expo okay. Of the builds that we came up with for Lanka, this was my favorite. I think maybe I like Blood Surge though. Or maybe Blur's not good enough. Could take Heroism and that. Maybe. Heroism kind of like need to do a spreadsheet on. I think it's better on higher HP units. Slightly. It effectively gets you a little bit more research. Because when you level up, you get more research. This is more valuable when your research monkey is low base research, which ours kind of is. Maybe this is good. I think we probably don't need this much Dominion, but we don't have a better thing to spend on. I guess we could do this. I don't know which is better. But us spreading turmoil is not bad either. It's just I don't think we'll be able to recruit 6 of these guys very easily. I like Blur, but countering it feels cheap. Yeah, with Blur, we're like, this scales better, but I think Blur just like trying to say, hey, we want Expo to be better. We're willing to concede bless points to make it better. Apparently people took expanders on everything in the current tourney. We'll have to look into it because this would be a big change for a rather stale meta. Well, I know what feels bad, and taking a Dom 2 guy feels bad. And usually when stuff feels bad, it's underdone. And if everyone... actually, also, the more people who take Dom 2 expanders, this means the quicker they get all the provinces, which means... So if one of your neighbors takes a Dom 2 expander and they get really, really big, you kind of have other places to expand into. But if they all take Dom 2 expanders, then suddenly it feels a lot worse in terms of finding enough places to expand, I feel like. I still... Boy, does it feel like shit, though. I don't like these units. But me liking it is different than saying... Or different than whether or not it's good or bad. $44 gold is good for 7 research. Yeah, but we could always have so much more. You know, Mel carts make Imprison feel like nothing, too. Kind of funny in the early eco propels you. The early eco propels you. Drop 1 growth and push Sloth up. Better income and your resources. I mean, it's better for resources, but it's definitely not better for income. Except in, like, a very, very short-term perspective. Although, growth 2 is less valuable if we have turmoil. So I guess I don't super hate it. It's less valuable because if we cast Blood Fecundity, we'll push stuff up to growth 4. And if it's growth 4 and positive order, you will turn farmlands. This is a phenomena that I'm actually like kind of liking with my Mictlan run a lot. But with growth 4, in order 1, you will turn plains into farmlands. And you get 2 from blood fecundity. If you don't have order, you'll turn them into forests, which is bad. So this might be better, yeah. Still kind of intrigued by the luck thing, but... This one, the chassis is making it so that in order to take larger, we have to take this. What if we went imprisoned? What if we thought with all of our brain? What if we thought with all of our brain? I have to look at events almost to like kind of have an appreciation for how good we think Luck 3 is. The points must flow. Oh, our problem is we don't have any fire resistance with this build. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's such a big concession for the Luck 3. I think you could kind of do work with this chassis, though. Can teleport. This looks like psychotic. But getting to the Turmoil 3, which is hard to get to, and the Luck 3... This is probably just meme build status. 21% more events and 30% more luck. Is this meme build? I think if we were looking to play Lanka in an upcoming game, we'd at least try this. We have to take a look at what extra events we can roll at Luck 3, because I have no idea what you can roll at Luck 3, because we've not even played Luck 3 yet. And if some of these are really good, maybe there's something there. But it works. Does it? 36 months is a long time to only have larger blur and heroism on your, like, net +1 scales build. Like, we have +3, +5, even... -4, +1, or sorry, +4, +1. We have 4 negative scales, 5 positive scales, and we have 11 bless points worth of stuff. And we'll have that for 36 months. And then this is like not really giving us... I mean, this is for scaling purposes, basically. And we think Blur kind of sucks balls. In PvP, but is like really good for the Expo. Is Chaos Power, attack and strength, and combat speed. And I'm not sure what else. I feel like it gives more, but yeah, it is those things. So this is why. We are, or part of why, it's on a lot of our summonable troops. We want to go Turmoil 3. To be fair, the negative events we can roll. I don't know exactly how luck works, if this makes the ratio instead of 50-50, 80-20, or if it makes it a 5-to-8 ratio. Right, if this plus 30%, or this makes it so that it's plus 15%, so 65% good, 35% bad on the events. But, alright, we're gonna do one more thing. We've been kind of trying to end the stream for a while now. I have sandwich too. Gotta finish, but... So let's see if rec underscore turmoil. No. I don't know what tag they use for turmoil. Unluck is for... What did they use? Disorder? Chaos Power instead of some combat blood isn't bad. You just need to preach up your Dominion before fighting. I mean, having a higher Dominion score going into things would help with that. Well, we just saw Unmagic, so maybe it's Unorder. God, that feels so stupid. Unorder. Nope. Is order not... There's no way there... Every other... Maybe we could do requires order. And do -3. No, that doesn't work. Could we do... Oh my god. Disorder? I tried that first. Maybe I can't spell. Feels bad. Oh, that doesn't... That doesn't get us anything. Because if you see in the red, that's showing the other stuff. So we have Wreck Death, Wreck Forest, Wreck Land, right? Rip, yeah, basically. Not the best. Pop 0, okay. We have Wreck Magic, Wreck Prod. There's Target Order. Wreck Chaos, that's the one. There we go. Unrest kills Pops, oh no. This is uncommon good. Gets us a mage. With some paths. Kind of very rare. Thermal vent. New site appears. Underwater, okay. Permanent brigand lair. Don't like any of that. Okay, interesting that these give new sites though. For the good ones. Very interesting. That is like a strong effect. And then we have luck. Which I have to imagine some of these are really hot. But we have, okay. An event that gives you 5 commanders. Let's go from like... Okay, all of these are pretty rare. Oh, you have to have a Woodhenge Druid and then he can get buffed? Alright. New lab. Extra stuff, gems. Extra province income. Oh, this requires a nightly order. Okay. Master of Treasury dies of an accident. This is only -1 to happen. Only happens in capitals though. Okay, minimum turn is 20 plus 2,000. Requires some amount of chaos. Max per game is 3. Yeah, I mean, 2,000 gold seems insane. This is a very nice event. Common good. Must be swamp. Luck scale 3. And 46, 46. Is that 8d6? And 15 gems worth of items? No. These are 10 gem items. No? Yeah. It's like 60 gems versus worth of items. This guy would be great. Common good. For breaking into paths. To be fair, there are some of these events and other luck things. Maybe we could look at the high luck scale as from the function of like breaking us into other paths. Because if we just pip one of these, that's so bloody fantastic. Also requires chaos. But only one. That has to be cold. This requires luck and chaos, getting a cloud mage. And some springhawks. This requires one of these guys to be present. That's a wild ass event. Kind of interesting though. So you'd get a 4 fire mage. And there's a ton of these for each of these different indie mages. Hydromancer, Windmaster, Circle Master, okay. Damned Merchant, new sites. Also, a bunch of these that give you a commander. This requires Magic 3 though. This requires Death too. Maybe Magic 3 is like real nice with the luck. Luck and Magic is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of these, and that would solve our... some of our issues. Huge crater. Oh, I low-key kind of hate that this makes us want to go... There's so many of these that require magic as well. But basically all of these are good. A bunch of this is just... Yeah, new sites, new magic. Not on, like, eco. We could just say to ourselves that... Well, we could just say to ourselves, hey, we can't actually get to Magic 3, so... Suck a fat one. But this would also make us, maybe when we take a look at Kailasa builds, we, like, value the luck. Kailasa has a lot of... Doesn't have a lot of flexibility. The event rabbit hole? Yeah. Well, this is probably something that just needs to be borne out in practice, but... I mean, there are growth events that are good as well. I think we're kind of... Maybe there's something here. I really don't like... I wish we had order... one, but there's just no way. Alteration gold from free red and yellow gems, yeah. I mean, that's one way to look at it, yeah. We don't exactly have as many of the red mages. That was one thing that was nice with the Mictlan, is early on just converting the gems into gold. Because early on, gold is, like, more valuable, and then it, like, kind of shifts. But especially with the 35-to-1 odd one. I think we're gonna call it, but this is an interesting idea, maybe. But this is definitely not how we see Lanka, like, being typically made, but I kind of am into this. Where we still have minus 10% income, and the goal is to have more income, but we're trying to have more of our guy and scale a little bit better. This is just a very... I mean, 21% events and luck. It's also better the smaller we are. Luck is effectively more effective. But I think we're going to call it. Thank you everyone for coming out. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your days. Wow, that sounds ominous, but I do. And see you guys later. Bye-bye.